Hello, thanks for joining us here on WFA Plus. My name is Kerrville, our daybreak anchor, and we are bringing you live coverage today down in Kerrville. So the Texas Legislature's Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding is holding a public meeting. It's about to get started right now. This is at the Hill Country Youth Event Center in Kerrville, Texas. We have a crew there on the ground, but this joint committee, which is chaired by Senator Charles Perry, it's going to focus on the state and local response to the devastating July 4th flash floods that happened in Central and West Texas. We know at this point has claimed over 130 lives. So topics today, just to give you a heads up, they're going to include meteorological data, flood response, post-disaster, mental health resources. So a lot of things they're going to cover. You're also going to be hearing from key witnesses, like officials, like Kerrville Mayor Joe Herring Jr., emergency management coordinators, some different experts as far as like climatology is concerned. But you see there's a crowd when we start panning out a little bit. There are a lot of people who are there inside the space. Public testimony is also going to be welcome. So a 3-minute limit per speaker. Now you can kind of get a bigger picture there, and they will be able to come on, and these could be eyewitnesses, survivors, those sorts of people. So again, this is going to be going on. We're not sure how long it's going to last. It could last hours, depending on how many public comments we're going to hear from. But this public hearing is a part of the Texas Legislature's Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding, and it looks like they're about to get started right now, and so I'm going to go ahead and let you all listen in.
You're not far from us in our suffering, and you're near the brokenhearted, as your word says. So today, Lord, as this committee gathers to listen, to learn, and to lead, we ask for your peace, the kind that quiets storms and calms anxious hearts. And let your spirit rest upon this room like a gentle covering, bringing comfort to those who mourn and clarity to those who must make hard decisions. And let grace be chosen today, as we have seen demonstrated so many times over the past month by those who experienced unimaginable loss. And may the words spoken here today be pleasing in your sight. May every action taken reflect your compassion, and may your presence be felt by each person in this room, reminding us that even in tragedy, or maybe especially in tragedy, we're not alone. We thank you for that. Your son, Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you for that, Scott. Little housekeeping. So public restrooms are available by the public building at the door you entered by the green sign. So that door out, the hallway there is public restrooms on that side. There are also portable restrooms outside if the overflow is needed. Overflow seating is available through the doors next to us. Free water is available in the overflow area, and food trucks will be parked outside in the overflow areas. And maps are at the witness table if you need to kind of get the logistics of this building. I want to thank the county and Tatum and all those state employees that were able to set up this hearing today and all of the things it takes to get it ready to go for the media and the connects and all the technologies available. As they always do, they did a magnificent job. With that, and one other last change, we do have one additional judge to panel, is it panel 3? Panel 3. We were contacted yesterday that there was another area that had about 130 homes damaged. We tried to make this hearing regarding those that actually experienced loss. We've added County Judge Brian Wilson of Burnett County to the panel agenda for Agenda 3. We'll hear testimony today regarding regional leadership, meteorologists, and mental health professionals. We'll also have the public testify. I have chosen to limit invited testimony for 10 minutes or shorter so that the members can ask questions and hopefully move through the information that we desire a little quicker sometimes. We'll also observe a 3-minute time limit for public testimony to ensure that as many public witnesses as possible can be heard. We won't leave here today till the last public witness has testified. This hearing is going to be a little more emotional and a little harder than the last one, rightfully so. And what I hope that you gain from this, for those that are in those periods of extreme emotions of loss, that we provide just a little bit of comfort that you know that we care. And I hope that it begins a healing process if you're not already in it. I hope you find some closure at some level as you leave here today. For those that are testifying as invited witnesses, We just need to know what happened, when it happened, so that we can go forward and make sure, to the best of our abilities, we prohibit life lost in the next one. There will be another flood. What we learn from this and what actions we take and what actionable items we demand, not options, out of this process will hopefully save lives in the next event. So with that, that's the goal and the objective. We're going to extend latitude today from both public members' questions, but there will be boundaries. It's not a place where you're going to throw rocks at each other or accuse each other. It's a place where we're going to try to garner information to be better for it. And we'll learn from it. And trust me, 18 members up here, we will get to the bottom of the things that we need to know about. But we're going to do it in a very respectful and ordered fashion. In any tragedy, grace and love and compassion are essential to healing recovery. I hope we heal fellow Texans today. Chairman King, opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all for being here today. As Senator Perry said, this is going to be an emotional hearing. It's going to be a really long day, and we want to hear from every one of you. But as a matter of housekeeping, please make sure that you visited with committee staff and filled out your witness affirmation form before testifying, whether you're invited or addressing us through public testimony. As a reminder, to the committee and our visitors today, under House Rule 4, Section 13, House committees are subject to the same rules of decorum that govern House proceedings. Under those rules, the chair is responsible for preserving order and decorum during committee meetings. Outbursts or vocal displays of support or opposition from visitors in the audience are prohibited, and the chair may order the audience to be cleared if there's a disturbance that disrupts the committee meeting. Signs, placards, and other objects of similar nature are prohibited. Members of the committee and witnesses must confine their remarks to the matter being discussed by the committee. Once again, I want to reiterate what the senator said. I want to thank the county, TDM, DPS, and everybody that made this possible. It's never easy to move the capital to another city, especially one that's been through a tragedy of this magnitude. And by the looks of things, starting off, an amazing job has been done, and I appreciate it. At this time, it's my honor to recognize the Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick, for some opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be very brief. You didn't come to listen to us. We came to listen to you. I do want you to know that on July 4th, it just so happened that Governor Abbott was out of state, so I was the acting governor. When I got the call that morning, got to Austin as quickly as we could to the State Emergency Operations Center. We call it the SOC. And then we got on a plane and got here as quickly as we could. Pete Flores, Senator Flores, Wes Verdell, your representative. That day will haunt me for the rest of my life. Like you, we all feel this pain, some much more than others. Winston Churchill said, this is not the end or even the beginning of the end, but perhaps we can now move forward as we still look for one adult and one child and a police or fire chief from another county. But with this hearing, what we're hoping to learn is how do we move forward so that when an event like this happens again at any level, that we are better prepared for it, and that we've known that we did all we can. Because when you think you've done all you can, there's always something else you can do. My attachment to this community now in Kerrville will be lasting forever. The love, the compassion, the teamwork, the volunteerism that showed up that first day and the second day and the third day and the fourth day was remarkable. From the people cooking food out back to the volunteers who came and searched in those first days for life and then the recovery mode, forever grateful. This community came together in a way that I've not seen before. And in the 10 years I've been lieutenant governor with Governor Abbott, we've had a lot of tragedies in the state. But this one hurts so much. So I want you to know that the Speaker and I, we've never done this before. To my knowledge, it's the first time in history a Speaker and a Lieutenant Governor have ever joined a committee going out somewhere, or even at the Capitol, we don't go to committee hearings. But we said we wanted to have a joint committee. We know it's big, means it goes longer, more questions, but we wanted you to know, and the reason we came here today, so you didn't have to come to us, because we wanted to hear from you, your leaders, and the citizens of this community and the surrounding counties. So understand, this is not the end. This is the beginning. We will pass bills dealing with the immediacy of things that we can address now, but we will be doing this in the next session and the session after that. We will not quit until we find those 3 lost souls, and we will not quit until you feel like we've done everything that we can do that you've asked us to do. So thank you for allowing us into your community. I thank the state of Texas, law enforcement, our EMS, our firefighters, the volunteers, the Navy SEALs, the military, you name them, who all came here because when Texas is in trouble, Texans stand up and support each other. So thank you. It's an honor to be here today. I wish it weren't so. I wish it were another occasion. But we're here because we want you to know that we're in the fight and we're not going to quit until we get it right. Thank you. Dustin Burrows, Speaker Dustin Burrows.
Thank you, Governor. First, let me thank the Lieutenant Governor. He mentioned he was here on the 4th, and he's been in and out of this community, and for agreeing to partner with the House. Like he said, this is unprecedented. The 2 chambers do not come together and have hearings, and we do not do them remotely, but the magnitude of the situation warranted it. And I believe this is hopefully a testament to what we intend to do together in a collaborative fashion for this community and to address these situations. Chairman Perry, Chairman King, and committee members, senators, House members, thank you for your hard work on this and the long day ahead and long days ahead in getting it done. A couple of things I would like to mention. To those who've been invited to testify, the local elected officials, people who have firsthand knowledge of what happened in the lead-up, your candor is appreciated. Your forthrightness will be appreciated. We cannot come up with solutions. We cannot try to improve things if we don't know everything that you can share with us. So I ask you, when you're asked questions and you're testifying to this committee, please understand, the more you share, the more you open up, the more you help us understand because we were not here, the better we can do in crafting legislation to meet the need and meet the moment. But most importantly to the community, our commitment is to y'all. We're in special session. It is such important, solemn, sacred work that we will do. We will come up with some solutions, but the work will not be done. It is impossible for the state to craft legislation in this short time that fully meets everything. We will do our best. We will do some things, but our commitment is to continue beyond this session and these hearings into the next session and the session after that and continue to improve and do better. With that, I thank you for being here and your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to call up the first panel. Each one of them has up to 10 minutes. If they don't need it, they can move to the next one. We're going to try to get through the panel, and then we'll have member questions. The chairs reserve the right to violate that rule a little bit. If it helps kind of moving it along, we will try to set the stage. But with that, I call Judge Rob Kelly of Kerr County, Sheriff Larry Letha of Kerr County, William B. Dub Thomas of Kerr County. We've got 8 seats. Mayor Joe Herring, City of Kerrville, Dalton Rice, City of Kerrville. William Rector, Upper Guadalupe River Authority. Judge Shane Stolicek of Kendall County. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I still butchered, I'm sure. Judge Bella Rubio of Real County.
Mr. Chairman, if
Yes,
I may,
sir.
before we get started, members, this system works different than the one we have in the Capitol. If you touch your mic and your green light comes on, your mic will be hot at that time. So if you would rather get my attention but on the House side, get my attention and send it on the Senate side, let us know, and we will write your name down in the order of asking questions. Thank you.
And with that, we'll be taking notes as those member lights come on as we see them. If your light's been on, and you might want to just kind of wave at us a little bit, but we'll alternate between members, so Senate and Rep or Rep and Senate based on the order they come up to keep it moving. I assume y'all sat down in the order I called you. If you didn't, then go ahead and state your name and your title, and you have about 10 minutes to tell us what you want us to know.
Is that on?
It's not on, so is it on?
Chairman,
There you go.
Members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I am Rob Kelly, the Kerr County Judge. Before I begin my formal remarks, let me speak plainly about where this county stands today. Like most Texans, we believe in localism, self-sufficiency, and volunteerism as much as possible. Even when tragedy strikes, I am proud of our emergency first responders and citizen volunteers who actively help the stranded and take the calls of those at risk. Since the flood, our office has received more than 100 public information requests, many from members of the press, and many others from attorneys, law firms, and investigative entities. These requests range from 911 call data to response protocols and emergency alerts. We've been busy. I understand that they are seeking answers on behalf of their clients, as they have every right to do, and we are cooperating with that. But I do want to be candid. I'm a local attorney and serve as a county judge with a very small staff. We've got one coordinator. I want the public to know that we are doing the best we can, and we will be transparent. We will get out all the facts. We will provide documentation about what the county did, how it coordinated with the Sheriff's Office, and what actions were taken during the disaster. We have nothing to hide, and we ask for patience as we work through this process responsibly and thoroughly. I also want to acknowledge the strength of our Kerr County community, those we lost, those who stepped forward to help, and the many individuals and organizations across Texas and the nation who offered to support in our darkest hours. To the families of those that we've lost and recovered, and to the families still awaiting word on their missing loved ones, and on behalf of our entire community, I extend our deepest sympathies. Our hearts remain with you during this painful and difficult time. Our community is still grieving. That grief will remain for a long time, but we've begun the road to recovery. Today, we gather to ask what happened, what was done, and what must be done better when disasters this magnitude strike rural counties. We are not too proud to ask for help and how to do it better. As county judge, I serve as the head of the emergency management and preside over the county commissioner's court. Like many in our county, my family has built our life along the Guadalupe River. I offer with transparency because they do not know how this county is or how the river behaves. I share these details many have asked. Where were you? Why hasn't the county been better prepared? Why wasn't there an evacuation order? My wife was at home during the early hours of July 4th while I was at our lake house preparing for a family gathering. On the afternoon and evening of July 3rd, nothing felt out of the ordinary in town. Families were arriving, camps were in session, 4th of July celebrations were underway along the river. My plans, like many others, reflected the same routine on the lake. We received no alerts suggesting an extreme weather event was imminent. For context, we received hundreds of alerts during the summer. This past July, we had over 80. My first indication that the storm was different came when I woke up to texts and calls from Chief Kidd, Sheriff Letha, and Dalton Rice. We now know that by that time, the flooding had already overtaken Camp Mystic, Heart of the Hills, and Lahunta, and several other upriver camps, something I could never have imagined. This extreme weather event was not forecast by the National Weather Service in a timely manner. Based on the volume and tone of the messages, I recognized that something more serious and potentially tragic was unfolding. I quickly gathered my things and contacted our emergency management coordinator, Doug Thomas, who was en route to the Sheriff's Office. Together, we agreed to the disaster declaration, which went into effect verbally, and I signed when I got back to town. We are committed to understanding what happened and doing better. We stand with you with clear eyes and ready hands. Let me speak briefly about how Kerr County has come into our emergency preparedness. In fact, I'll skip over that part. We brought Dub Thomas in as our emergency management coordinator in 2015. That was our first step to try to get better prepared, and he has been invaluable. And I actually took my Citizens Emergency Response Team course from Dub. When the call comes, we respond. That is how our system works, through coordination and shared responsibility and a team approach among my office, the sheriff, and the emergency coordinators in the county. To better understand what happened, Kerr County commissioned an independent hydrology study from Waterway Engineering. It confirmed that this was a 1,000-year flood, and I've attached a copy of that hydrology assessment to my remarks. They're at the back, and very much worth studying. This was a storm unlike anything seen in our county before. It stalled over the South Fork watershed in Hunt and Moe Ranch, far from the population centers and in the location with very few rain monitors or flood gauges. The storm dumped more than 12 inches of rain in under 6 hours. That is not a typical for our weather patterns, which tend to move in and out quickly. This storm sat, it did not pass through, it overwhelmed the watershed. River flows at Hunt exceeded 220,000 cubic feet per second. Water rose more than 20 feet per hour. And by the time flooding became visible downstream, upstream communities, including multiple youth camps, were already underwater. This study confirmed what we saw on the ground. This was not foreseeable using today's detection systems. It was not forecasted by the National Weather Service or TDM. It was not expected by our emergency response team. And it is exactly the kind of scenario that reveals the urgent need for stronger tools, better detection, and modernized infrastructure, especially in rural communities like ours. The first 911 call to Kerr County Dispatch came from the River Inn Resort at 2:53 a.m. I don't know how many of you know where the River Inn is. It's way out there. And in that call, they were not concerned. They said the water was up on their little dam that they have for swimming pool.
Judge, can I stop you 1 second? I was notified that the witness mics are not going through the feed. Is someone watching the feed? So Senate Committee is working on it, so thank you.
Go ahead. Okay, better? Shortly after that call at 2:53, Deputy Green checked in and shared that he would survey the river and check low water crossings. The Hunt Volunteer Fire Department started door-to-door evacuations. One deputy became landlocked. Another rushed to Highway 39 to check and begin closing that road. By approximately 3:30 a.m., floodwaters had overtaken multiple crossings. We understood that we were facing a historic event. State and federal partners soon arrived, including the U.S. Coast Guard, Texas Game Wardens, TDM, and DPS, helped us coordinate a multi-agency rescue and recovery effort. Our local responder deputies, EMS, Texas DPS, and volunteer fire departments from Hunt, Centerpoint, Ingram, and Mountain Home acted with urgency and courage, putting their lives at risk. Hundreds of rescues were carried out by boat, by air, from rooftops, trees. At the time, we had only 6 deputies on shift and limited swiftwater resources, but we acted with everything we had. Lessons and recommendations. This flood took 108 lives, including 37 children. 2 remain missing. This is the most devastating event in Kerr County history. I say the first thing we need to do is get better real-time flood detection warning systems. Kerr County's applied for multiple grants to support these expensive systems, and we would like for those to be reconsidered. Secondly, we need stronger support for the rural emergency management, including staffing, swift water rescue equipment, and more training for our first responders. Rural counties face the same expectations as urban centers, but with far fewer resources. Finally, we need stronger communications and better broadband so that we can communicate better. There is very poor cell service out in West Kerr County and virtually no broadband, and even if people wanted to call downriver and warn folks, they didn't have the ability to do it. Plus, the 911 tapped out, and when they get too many calls, it just rotates to another county, It ended up in Seguin, of all places. And so, in conclusion, Kerr is a place of beauty and resilience. is a place we want everyone to have the opportunity to experience and enjoy. What we experienced on July 4th was sudden, violent, and overwhelming, but we responded, we grieved, and we are building. Kerr County is ready to do the work, learn from this tragedy, and with your support, be better prepared for the next time the river rises. Thank you, and I look forward to answering the committee's questions.
Yes, my name's Larry Lee Letha, Kerr County Sheriff. Chair members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of the men and women of Kerr County Sheriff's Office, our dispatchers, our deputies, and our entire emergency response team. I appear today not only as sheriff, but as a voice for those who put themselves in harm's way without hesitation and for a community still recovering from an unprecedented natural disaster. Our deputies and dispatchers perform their jobs with courage, discipline, and determination under extreme circumstances. They responded not just professionally, but personally. Our sergeant on duty grew up in Hunt. He and his family still live in that area today. He assessed the low water crossings. He almost lost his vehicle within minutes because he was facing high water like nothing he'd ever seen before. Now, this is the same road that this deputy drives in and day out to come to work. And they did so while the ground underneath them was shifting. Since the flood, people have been asking for fair questions, and I welcome the opportunity to address them today. My goal is to provide helpful context about the conditions we faced and how the events unfolded on the ground in real time. My deputies on duty had no idea, no warning, that there was going to be a major tsunami-like event on the South Fork. I went to bed that evening on July 3rd with zero worries. We had several weather reports that shared good news. We were finally going to get some rain. We had no idea to elevate the preparedness posture with the information we had at the time. That said, one dispatcher began receiving calls from a location upriver. The deputies on duty mobilized, as we always do, to address high-risk flood zones, starting along Highway 39 and heading further west toward Schumacher Crossing. What they encountered were roads already beginning to be overtaken by water in low-lying neighborhoods. They needed immediate evacuation. In those first few hours, one two-man team of dispatchers handled 615 radio transitions and more than 100 emergency calls, while mobilizing our fire department and rescue team. They never faltered. They stayed calm under immense pressure. One dispatcher remained on the line for 24 minutes with two young children whose cabin was filling up with water. She stayed with them till the end. The other responding deputies didn't wait for orders. They deployed immediately. One was nearly overtaken at Shoemaker Crossing, escaping on foot before turning around to help evacuate homes downstream. Another went door to door through the water to wake residents who were still asleep. These homes were not over water yet, but would be within minutes. There was no time for formal orders. They were only there to move, and they moved quickly. We had multiple deputies and first responders in multiple locations rescuing people and facilitating evacuations. Our responders, fire department, used whatever they had to pull people out of harm's way. Most of our firefighters here are volunteers. Few have specialized swiftwater equipment or the proper training. But they did not hesitate, not once. They did what they needed to do, relying on their instincts and what training they had. In Kerr County, our emergency response community operates as one team. Effective responses require coordination across the board, from the cities of Ingram and Kerrville to my office, to our dispatchers and volunteer fire departments. No single individual is solely responsible for issuing alerts, monitoring our water crossing, or managing every aspect of a large-scale emergency of this matter. We rely on established procedures, coordinate, establish command, and mobilize resources quickly. It only works when we work together. That's extremely what we did that morning to the best of our abilities. We established an initial incident command center within the first hour. Additional support from the Texas Game Ward and Texas DPS began arriving soon thereafter. I mobilized our special operations team to assist with search and rescue and to begin collecting victims. The air rescue landing zone was located at Ingram Elementary School and we established a family reunification center at the Ingram High School just blocks away. Our team continued to mobilize and initiate additional resources. We blocked the roads and dispatch managed incoming emergency calls. I was present for Chief Nim Kidd's testimony to this committee last week. He confirmed what we knew at the time about the forecasted weather conditions. We monitored the same National Weather Service reports, and the weather locally showed no indication for worry. We had no idea that a 30 to 35-foot wall of water was going to be coming down the Guadalupe River that morning. And it came with a force, speed, and devastation that no one has ever seen before in this county. Yet no one stood still, no one waited, we all responded as one. I take great pride in how my people responded and how we pulled together under the worst circumstances we've ever faced. This was not familiar of presidents in my view. It was a test of capacity under extreme, unpredictable conditions. As we look ahead, I want to offer a few observations and actions we are already taking at the Sheriff's Office. We are already acting to strengthen protocols regarding low water crossing assessments of our deputies on duty. But more must be done to improve the ability to predict these type of fast-moving weather events. In my view, no alert system would have changed the outcome or prevented the tragic loss of life that was upriver. By the time the true danger became clear, the monitoring our office was in full mode, rescuing residents and visitors. This is a tragic event, but it is also a reality, as we will be committed by learning from and doing everything possible to prevent this in the future. What matters is not blame, it's commitment. It's commitment to improve. As you requested, I want to share my views on areas of improvement. First, we know there is room for better understanding and monitoring upstream rainfall. We depend on agencies like USGS and NOAA, and while their data continues to improve, this event showed how quickly conditions can evolve beyond the bounds and modeling. Second, interoperability matters. Our communication system performed well, and that is part because of the investment we've made, some through grants, some through community-raised funds, to ensure our responders are connected. But we still have more to do, especially when it comes to coordinating and communicating with mutual aid agencies in the county or in our region. You have my commitment that we will improve these systems. Third, we're already taking steps to assess how we can further enhance our countywide alert system to reach more people through automated alerts, such as how the integrated the IPAWS alert system. We want to remove any potential for delay. That's within our control, and that's what we're working on. As for sirens, I know there is a question, and I think that merits consideration, especially for the dense populated regions along the river. This is a decision the entire county must evaluate. But in this specific case, particularly the Hunt area, I don't know if sirens would have changed the outcome. The water came too fast, and that leads to me the importance of educating our seasonal visitors and the youth camp operators about the importance of flash flood monitoring and knowing their evacuation plans. In many, if not most cases along the river, people need to head to high ground, not on the roads. We have too many low-lying roadways and river crossings throughout the Guadalupe Basin, especially in the South Fork, to support road-based evacuations. As we look at various solutions and areas for improvement, we also need to be honest about what works and what doesn't work, and build layered systems to reflect how people live, work, and recreate in rural areas like ours. What matters most is that we continue to improve together. We've committed to doing everything we can with the resource we have and supporting our residents and visitors in every way we know how to. We will do that while we work together to get this county and our people back on their feet for recovery. What I'd like to say personally, I'm 59 years old. I went to school here, my children went to school here, and my grandchildren are currently going to school here. My son's behind me. He's with Department of Public Safety. That's where I retired for. You know, I've been a police officer. I've been a deputy sheriff. I've been a state trooper, investigator, and now sheriff. I've seen many floods in my time. I went to many floods in my time and hurricanes. I can tell you this, I have never seen anything like this before. I don't know if y'all have had an opportunity to look, but I encourage each and every one of you to look. I flew over it first. It's nothing like driving down it. Of course, a lot of that's been cleaned up today, but it's devastating. It truly is. You know, I ask, you know, how do you prepare for something we just did? You know, we'll look at things to make better, and we'll work on that. In closing, I'd like to thank you all for giving the resources to all your state agencies that helped us. We could not have done that without them, I assure you. I mean, it was a great help. I've been in this barn right here and showed many pigs in this barn along with my children. I've never seen the amount of peace officers and first responders here, over 2,000. It was very impressive, and I thank you for that. Thank y'all.
Deb?
Chair, oops. Is it working?
Yeah, pull it up there close. There you go.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is William B. Thomas IV. I have served as the Emergency Management Coordinator for Kerr County in the City of Ingram since 2015, and I report directly to the Sheriff and the County Judge while operating out of the Sheriff's Office. I am a certified Master Police Officer with over 34 years of law enforcement and emergency response experience, including nearly 10 years with the Kerr County Sheriff's Office and prior service with the Texas Department of Public Safety. I previously served as a Highway Patrol Lieutenant and held the role of District Disaster Chairman for the El Paso Subdistrict and the role of Assistant District Disaster Chairman for the Waco District. Since moving to this region in 2010, I have focused on strengthening emergency response across Kerr County's 1,100 square miles. As EMC, I coordinate emergency response and all hazards response planning across unincorporated Kerr County and its 2 cities. I work closely with our dispatch, volunteer fire departments, first responders, and emergency medical services. I helped with the integration of the iPause system into our Code Red public warning system. iPause enables automated alerts from the National Weather Service to be broadcast directly to all cell phones. This system has proven essential for a rural county with a high seasonal population and no 24/7 staffed operation there. Before I speak to what occurred during the July 4th flood, I want to directly address the questions about my whereabouts that night. On July the 2nd, I worked a full day despite not feeling well. That day included a fire chiefs meeting where no concerns were raised and no indications of elevated weather risk were noted beyond what is typical for this region during the summer. I returned home around 8:45 p.m. with my symptoms worsening. I had already requested and been approved for personal time off on July the 3rd to fulfill a commitment to my elderly father. However, due to my progressing illness, I remained home to recover. I stayed in bed throughout July the 3rd and did not participate in the regularly scheduled 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Texas Emergency Management Coordination Center coordination calls. These calls are routinely followed by detailed written summaries, which are distributed to me and other county leadership, ensuring that the flow of situational updates remained uninterrupted in my absence. My supervisors and Sheriff's Office leadership were aware that I was off duty. I briefly woke around 2 p.m. when there was no local rainfall or indication of elevated risk and returned to rest. I was awakened around 5:30 a.m. on July the 4th by my wife, following a call from the City of Kerrville EMC, Jeremy Hughes, requesting that I mobilize. I reported immediately to the Sheriff's Office. There was no visible flooding on my drive into the office, but it quickly became clear that the situation was escalating. By approximately 6 a.m., I was actively coordinating our county's response in close contact with the Sheriff, the Emergency Operations Center, and Mr. Hughes, working together under rapidly changing and difficult conditions. Our first responders mobilized without hesitation. The majority of them are volunteers, neighbors, business owners, and community members who serve without pay. Many had no formal swiftwater rescue training, yet they entered dangerous conditions to save lives. Their actions were nothing short of extraordinary, and I want to take this opportunity to publicly recognize their bravery, skill, and selflessness during one of our county's most challenging emergencies. I also want to specifically address the county's alert systems. The first line of notifications we rely on is the National Weather Service's ability to send geo-targeted alerts through NOAA, television, and regular radio frequencies. The complementary WEA, W-E-A message system, which is also activated by the National Weather Service, alerts all wireless devices in that targeted area regardless of subscription. The county took the additional step to implement the Code Red notification system, which is an opt-in subscription-based program that can be used to augment the National Weather Service for those residents opting to receive additional notifications and alerts. However, Code Red provides for limited coverage. That's why in 2020, I worked to integrate iPause into our Code Red systems as an additional tool for the EMC to manually provide further information or different alerts as warranted. During this event, the National Weather Service issued multiple flash flood warnings through iPause, which triggered those automatic alerts. As EMC, I also have the authority to issue iPause alerts manually, and I have done so in other incidents, including one the day before the July 23rd hearing for first responders in the riverbeds. However, during this incident, I did not issue an additional iPause alert because the National Weather Service had already triggered more than a dozen alerts, which all provided a similar forecast. Be aware of the potential for isolated flash flooding. Anticipate rain in the range of between 1 and 3 inches, possibly as much as 7 inches. You may ask, what does a flash flood warning by the National Weather Service prompt me as the Emergency Management Coordinator to do? In our county, we take a coordinated approach to severe weather. Each summer, we receive hundreds of alerts and warnings from the National Weather Service. Our standard protocol begins with assessing low water crossings, which serve as key indicators of rising water levels and flood risk. Those crossings are also critical routes for emergency response, making them a top priority when flash flooding occurs. The National Weather Service forecast for Kerr County did not change until after 4:03 a.m. It is also important to understand those alerts went directly to the phones of residents and visitors alike. If your phone was on and had not disabled government's alerts, you would have received them. We believe this is the best system available for a county with high tourist turnover and no constant weather monitoring equipment or staff. To those who ask, what would you have done differently? The honest answer is that, based on the data we had at the time, there was no clear indicator that a catastrophic flood was imminent. The rain fell in remote areas with limited gauge data. Forecasts were not materially different from past events that did not result in flooding. The situation evolved faster than anyone could have predicted. Still, I've spent a lot of time reflecting not just on what we can do better here in Kerr County, but what can be improved across Texas in rural, river-adjacent communities like ours. First, we must recognize and support the value of volunteer fire departments and rural responders. These are the people that show up first. They serve wide areas with little funding and limited equipment. We need to invest in their training and their tools. Secondly, we need better data. We need real-time monitoring of rainfall and river gauges, especially in upstream headwaters and watershed zones. We cannot rely solely on radar or traditional forecasting from the National Weather Service. We need systems that detect what's happening on the ground minute by minute. We've discussed these upgrades locally, but Kerr County alone cannot afford them. This isn't just about our county. The Guadalupe River and Hill Country draw thousands from across the state and beyond each year. Our safety infrastructure should reflect that shared responsibility. Since this tragedy, many have asked whether a siren alert system could have helped us respond more effectively or even saved lives. That's not an easy question to answer with certainty. It's something our county has evaluated in the past. Concerns have been raised about their effectiveness in our unique topography, especially in areas with high canyon walls and rural terrain where sirens would be most needed. There are also limitations in reaching visitors who may not understand what the sirens mean or how to respond. Let's not fear the river, but let's respect it. We must understand the impact of extreme, fast-moving weather events and prepare accordingly. We must be proactive, not reactive. And we must recognize that the benefits our region provides to all Texans come with shared obligations to safeguard it and those who enjoy visiting this beautiful area. This was a tragedy not just for Kerr County, but for all of the communities downriver, and it must be seen as part of a larger trend with a statewide response. Inland flooding is increasing in both frequency and intensity. Our policies, funding models, and planning tools must evolve to meet this reality. I want to thank the committee for its attention to this issue. I look forward to working together on ways we can improve rural response capacity, increase predictive analytics, and bring equity to emergency resources for rural Texans. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Mayor?
My name is Joe Herring, Jr. I'm the mayor of the city of Kerrville. I want to say thank you to Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Speaker Burrows. I want to say thank you to Chairman Perry, Chairman Keene, and all committee members for coming to Kerrville to hold this hearing. I know it took time and extra effort to come to Kerrville. Thank you for your dedication and hard work to come up with solutions for the problems caused by this flood. When Lieutenant Governor Patrick told me this hearing would be in Kerrville, I was thankful. Thankful because it's important for you to be here where the flood happened, but also thankful because it's important for you to hear directly from our community about the tragedy which occurred here in the morning hours of July 4th, 2025. Here's what you need to know about our community. We are grieving. We are shaken. But we are not broken. Dalton Rice, the city manager of the city of Kerrville, will share several important things with you in just a moment. He will share the timeline of the city's response to this disaster. He will share some of the actions we took which helped save lives. And he will share some of the lessons we've learned since July 4th, things we can do better to improve our city's response when the Guadalupe River floods again. And it will flood again. My main purpose today is to join Lieutenant Governor Patrick in calling for a flood warning system to be designed and installed in Kerr County before next summer. Whether it's a series of warning sirens or an automated, data-driven alerting system, or even a hybrid of both, we need solutions in place that protect the public and save lives. Frankly, we will need your help to achieve this goal. Here's one thing I learned from this tragedy. When Kerrville and Kerr County asked for help, help came. You are here today, and we're asking you for help. Help came from the state of Texas, help came from the United States, and help came from around the world. President Trump and Governor Abbott have been focused on sending help. I will be forever thankful to the brave men and women who showed up here to rescue those in peril and to search for those who are still lost. Thousands also came to feed the hungry, to give shelter to those who lost their homes, and to help our communities rebuild. Please know that Kerrville and Kerr County are grateful. Thanks again for being here today. I know we can find solutions together.
Dalton.
Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Speaker Burrows, Chairman Perry, and Chairman King, and honorable members of this committee. Thank you for being here in Kerrville and Kerr County and for the opportunity to speak. I've had the privilege to serve in the military as a firefighter paramedic, in healthcare, and now in public administration. Sadly, I've seen the toll of both natural and man-made disasters far too often. What we experienced here over the July 4th weekend will stay with our community forever. But so will the strength, heart, and resilience shown by our people. Let me begin with a brief overview of Kerrville and our emergency planning efforts. Kerrville is a full-service city of about 25,000 people located in the heart of the Texas Hill Country in East Kerr County. Emergency management is a shared responsibility embedded in our culture from city council to our frontline responders. We maintain an updated hazard mitigation plan, develop emergency action plans for large and small events, and routinely partner with the county, National EMR, TxDOT, and others. Just last year, we used the total solar eclipse as a full-scale disaster exercise. That preparation made a difference. We've also adopted strict floodplain regulations aligned with FEMA standards and recently implemented a 6-year building code update cycle to meet post-disaster resilience requirements. Those proactive measures minimize structural damage during the floods. I've included in your packet our floodplain and floodway development regulation summary, charts reflecting buildings in the floodway, the 100-year and 500-year chance for flood hazard zones, and a breakdown of how we allocated 98% ARPA funds to public safety. On July 3rd, weather forecasts indicated scattered storms with possible isolated flooding. What followed was one of the most intense, short-duration rain events in our history, western Kerr County receiving most of the rain. The flash flood overwhelmed watersheds to the west. I've included in your packet a matrix of weather events since January and a map of the 16 watersheds that impact Kerr County. Our new public safety facility is currently being built. Despite not having a completed emergency operations center, our teams were coordinated and responded rapidly. Teams began evacuations in known low-lying areas. We relocated operations to a larger joint EOC by 6 p.m. on July 4th, and within 24 hours had a unified command established with the county, TDM, National EMR, and many local, state, and federal partners. Kerrville operates the local Public Safety Answering Point, or PSAP, and received 35 calls from 0300 to 0400, 218 calls from 0400 to 0500, and 230 calls from 0500 to 0600. I've included a chart showing the call volume, and I apologize for the small print and quality. Our emergency management approach works. As you can see in the July 3rd and 4th timelines in your packets, at 2:42, patrol officers were proactively checking known low water crossings throughout the city with none reported. At 4:06 a.m., they began checking the park with no rise to the river. At 4:14 a.m., dispatch began getting overwhelmed with 911 calls, at which our teams began requesting additional resources and personnel and further assessing the situation before notifying leadership in accordance with our policy. At 4:54 a.m., the supervisor drove west to Bear Creek Crossing for an additional assessment, which you'll see in the timeline. Despite overwhelming conditions, our team saved countless lives, managed logistics under extreme duress, and maintained continuity of city operations. But I stand before you today fully acknowledging that we must also examine where we can do better. Our preparedness paid off. Structures built to our standards were elevated, engineered, and code compliant, and sustained minimal damage. But this event also showed us gaps. Additional insights will be documented in our after-action review and our corrective action plans. Aligning with the objectives of this hearing, we respectfully ask the committee to explore the following areas that affect both immediate and long-term public safety and local government operations, and look forward to working with each of you in the coming days and weeks for a viable path forward. Floodway and plain rebuilding policy, regulatory authority in the ETJ and annexation, low to moderate income restrictions tied to funding, long-term negative impacts on property tax and spending caps, radio and equipment interoperability, The following areas are areas we request state assistance on. Fund project identified in our Stormwater Master Plan and the State Flood Plan through the Flood Infrastructure Fund and other funding sources. Invest in localized predictive weather modeling to better serve rural communities. Expand the Broadband Infrastructure Fund or other funding mechanisms to improve cellular coverage in rural areas. Expand and fund House Bill 3010, which was passed in the 89th legislation, the Rural Infrastructure Disaster Fund, or other appropriate funds to help in disaster recovery. Establish a dedicated hazard mitigation fund aligned with local hazard mitigation plans. Develop automated, data-driven flood and weather alert systems. And consider requiring camps in certain facilities and high-risk areas to maintain emergency action plans. It is still very early in the process, and I'm proud of what our teams have accomplished. Our people acted with professionalism and heart, often while their own families were in danger. I am proud of them, but we're not too proud to say we can do better, and we want to work with you to make that happen. We've also identified some lessons learned, even in the short time before our after-action review. We've identified areas of improvement in our dispatch center and notification processes. While critical information reached the right people, we recognize the need for more streamlined communication. A 3:34 a.m. call was transferred to the county, but we lacked the procedure to notify all personnel in flooding events across the jurisdictions. Our patrols team showed strong situational awareness, but broader communication is essential. Family communication during the event could have been faster. Although support services were in place, there were moments when families received updates through the media before hearing directly from officials. Once identified, we assigned a public information officer to provide 24/7 family communication, and Sheriff Latha and I remained directly engaged with the families. Additional insights will be documented in our after-action review and corrective action plans. Kerrville will rebuild, but we need the tools and the funding to do it right. Thank you for allowing us to share our story, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
William?
Good morning, Chairman Perry, Chairman King, and members of the Select Committee. Thank you for traveling to Kerrville so that we can provide you with input during this important hearing. My name is Bill Rector. I reside in Kerr County, and I am president of the Upper Guadalupe River Authority. My heart breaks for all of those who lost their lives during this devastating July the 4th flood. I mourn our neighbors, our friends, and the visitors whose lives were taken, especially the children. One of our board members, my good friend, perished in the flood trying to save others. I consider him a hero. For over 100 years, Kerr County has been a destination for summer recreation along the Guadalupe River. These activities are integral to our shared cultural heritage. However, recent events have eroded public confidence in river safety. I am committed to ensure that UGRA plays a central role in restoring that trust. We appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with you on meaningful advancements in flood prediction and flood mitigation. UGRA's statutory authority encompasses the control, development, storage, and preservation of water and floodwaters of the Upper Guadalupe River and its tributaries. While we've always taken these responsibilities seriously, we acknowledge the need to strengthen our focus on flood prediction and flood mitigation. I have led our board of directors to prioritize and act upon these critical areas. UGRA's diverse initiatives were mentioned in testimony on July the 23rd. Today I will focus exclusively on what UGRA has done to support flood warning and flood mitigation projects. I see these as two pivotal, vital aspects of flood control. I would like to begin with first flood warning. Historically, UGRA and other river authorities have partnered with agencies such as USGS to establish gauges recording stream flow rates and elevations. In fact, for the past 30 years, UGRA has contributed financially to maintaining USGS and GBRA gauges within Kerr County. Data from these gauges are transmitted to the National Weather Service, where it is analyzed and disseminated to emergency managers. It is the recognized responsibility of city, county, state, and federal emergency management agencies, not UGRA, to utilize the data we provide to inform life and property-saving measures. Emergency response coordination has never been a legislative obligation assigned to UGRAs. For the past 10 years, UGRA has taken numerous actions to improve flood prediction and warning. In 2016, UGRA jointly funded a preliminary study for a flood warning system. The study was used to support applications to the Texas Department of Emergency Management Hazard Mitigation Grant Program in 2017 and 2018. These grant applications were denied. In 2020, 2 years later, when the first regional flood planning groups were being assembled, the UGRA general manager was appointed to a position on the planning group and actively participated in development of the plan. This, however, never materialized into flood funding for UGRA. In 2023, we knew the clock was ticking. UGRA renewed focus on flood warning by again prioritizing in our strategic plan. In September of 2024, our board invited a hydrologist to present technology for streamlining data access for end users. Based on this presentation, we resolved further to develop a software solution to improve flood prediction and procuring additional rain and stream gauges to enhance local awareness during flood events. This concept was presented at the November 2024 board meeting, and the consensus was to proceed. At the next board meeting in January of 2025, we approved release of requests for proposals to start the project. During this time, our board decided not to accept the 5% grant from the Texas Water Development Board. I would like to clarify the rationale behind this decision. When we applied for the grant in April of 2024, we had hoped for approval for at least 50% of the $1 million requested as a cash grant, intending to match it with our reserve funds. The actual offer was only 5% as a cash grant. Furthermore, we were not eligible for a 95% loan without voter approval, since repayment would have been from tax dollars. We also learned that the timeline to submit the full application, which would require professional engineering assistance, was only 6 weeks. That timeline was not feasible for us due to state procurement guidelines. We decided that this and other grant processes were unlikely to provide the timely support for what we considered an urgently needed system. Therefore, we decided to move forward using our own funds to develop a flood prediction solution for Kerr County. After a procurement process, we selected a contractor, signed a contract on June the 4th to start the project. The software solution will integrate existing sensors and create a plan for future sensors that use advanced technology. The current project will be carried forward by using additional reserve funds to purchase, operate, and maintain the new sensors. The planned system will deliver sensor data to a real-time, computerized portal accessible 24/7 to emergency managers. Emergency managers can also set alerts that are triggered by thresholds of rainfall or stream levels to direct their attention to critical values. On July the 24th, we convened the Kisters team, local emergency management officials, police, fire departments, and textile to garner feedback on software design and functionality. Work is ongoing to determine needed sensor placement. Placing our board's widely discussed and criticized decision in context, we are now 9 months into the development of this much-needed project, having engaged an expert firm and begun creating a reliable means for emergency managers to access critical data. Had we pursued the 5% grant, we would still be awaiting funding. Our past unsuccessful funding attempts have reinforced our resolve to move forward independently. The second part of flood control is mitigation. Since 2012, a portion of UGRA surplus funds has supported construction of 9 water and sediment control dams in western Kerr County with a total drainage area of 21 square miles and a total volume of 92 acre-feet. These structures are designed to empty between rain events, gradually releasing water to sustain river flow. However, due to their limited size, they provide only modest flood mitigation during major events. Looking forward, I consider flood mitigation as the long-term solution to the severe flash floods of the Guadalupe River. Canyon Lake Dam is well known for its effectiveness in reducing downstream flooding. Despite the massive inflow from the upper Guadalupe River on July the 4th, the reservoir filled only to 68%, averting significant downstream damage. A former UGRA director and respected civil engineer has also recommended investigating the feasibility of constructing additional flood retention dams on upstream water. Such dams could moderate rapid rise in river elevation, providing valuable warning and evacuation time. These structures would channel normal flows through calibrated outlets, but store excess water during high flow events. Integrated sensors would detect rising reservoir levels and relay information for immediate response coordination. These flood retention dams would not only benefit communities across Kerr County, but also downstream to Canyon Lake. The concept is proven. Texas already has over 2,000 flood retention dams, including 41 in the San Antonio River waterflood alone. Effective solutions will require substantial, expertly designed projects and significant resources. We recommend that organizations like the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers consider this approach as part of a comprehensive response to the repeated flash flood risks of the Hill Country. Finally, I will share actions I've taken since the flood that I will bring to our board for discussion at our next meeting. I would like our board to hear from Dr. Dent of Rice University, as well as other experts to assist in refining our flood information system. You will have the opportunity to hear from Dr. Dent later today. Our team has made preliminary contact with federal partners and asked how federal agencies like the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers may be able to support flood control projects in Kerr County. I will ask the UGRA board to dedicate $1.5 million of our reserve fund to flood control feasibility studies and infrastructure improvements related to flood prediction. You may wonder if a one-county river authority is too small to meet these challenges. I say no. Our size and strong ties to Kerr County, the city of Ingram, the city of Kerrville, and the Hunt and Centerpoint communities has been and will be an asset to our success. I hope the dedication of this select committee to finding solutions will also explore innovative approaches to these problems.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for being here today, and I look forward to your comments.
All right, Shane, pull it up close, please.
Good morning, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Chair, members of this committee. My name is Shane Stolarczyk, and I'm proud to serve as the Kendall County Judge. I've also served 10 years as a Major in the United States Air Force, including an active duty tour during the COVID-19 pandemic, stationed at Joint Base San Antonio. Outside my judicial role, I'm a 24-year practicing appellate attorney and small business owner. Before I begin, I want to recognize and thank TDM, especially Chief Nimkid, Chief Darren Brinkader, and our CLO Scott Haynes for their crucial support during our recent flood disaster. Their ongoing communication, guidance were key to our emergency management team's ability to respond effectively and safely. Let me pose a simple but powerful question to this committee. Proper planning or dumb luck? If your life depended on it, which would you choose? Disasters always carry an element of unpredictability. We were fortunate this time. The USGS flood gauge data reflected a 50-year flood event for the Comfort community, not a 100-year, not a 500-year event. Even more luckily,
Sir, can you pull that right up there? The stream requires you almost to eat that mic.
Sorry, sir.
You can't get too close.
How's that better? Okay. Even more luckily, Cypress Creek and Comfort did not flood. But make no mistake, it was proper planning, not luck, that formed the backbone of our response. Our philosophy in Kendall County is simple: prepare for the worst every time. That philosophy guided the creation and implementation of our Emergency Action Plan, our EAP. This is not just a binder gathering dust, it's a living document, tested, updated, and actively used by our coordinated emergency team. Our EAP was recently used in response to the Texas eclipse events last year and proved vital again during this flood. Our success depended on trusted collaboration between our emergency personnel, engineers, volunteers, and regional partners. From shelter coordination and road closures to public alerts, we operated as one team with one mission: protect lives and property. I share this today not to say we have all the answers, but to stress that the importance of investing in emergency preparedness before the disaster strikes. The timeline of our flood response shows our proactiveness prior to the floodwaters reaching our community. Our vigilance of the weather began on July 3rd, 2025. At 8:37 a.m., CLO Scott Haynes contacted our emergency management coordinator, Brady Constantine, and advised him to be vigilant and stay alert for heavy rain over the area in the late evening and early morning hours. Haynes specifically advised Constantine to take note of RV parks and campgrounds along the river. At 10 a.m. on July 3rd, EMC Brady Constantine attended a State Operations Center weather call advisory of the potential weather. At 10:25 a.m., EMC Constantine responded by emailing all our volunteer fire chiefs, our EMS administrator, the Kendall County Sheriff Patrol Sergeant on call, and our Precinct 4 Commissioner, reminding them to be vigilant and on alert for potential flooding in the Comfort area. At 1:18 p.m. on July 3rd, the National Weather Service issued a flood watch, advising of potential local heavy rainfall and flooding. At 6 p.m., we started sharing Facebook weather updates and currently monitoring the incoming storms. At 11:41 p.m., the National Weather Service escalated the situation to a flash flood warning. By midnight, EMC Constantine continued to actively monitor weather reports and river gauges in Comfort, coordinating closely with our sheriff's deputies. This continued throughout the night and into the early hours of July 4th because EMC Constantine, I quote, had an uneasy feeling that night about the pending weather conditions. At 1:14 a.m., flash flood warning with a considerable tag was issued for Bandera and Kerr counties. EMC Constantine initiated the activation of our Emergency Operations Center for Kendall County at 4 a.m. and started making phone calls to the pertinent EOC team members. At 4:03 a.m., flash flood warning was upgraded to a flash flood emergency for South Central Kerr County, including Hunt. At 4:32 a.m., the National Weather Service reported 5 to 10 inches of rainfall had fallen across South Central Kerr County over the past 3 to 6 hours. A particularly dangerous situation was declared and a flash flood emergency issued. At 5:29 a.m., our phone alert system, known as WENS, Wireless Emergency Notification System, issued our first flood warning for Kendall County. At 6:21 a.m., Kendall County began notifying river residents that the situation along the Guadalupe River was a concern. At 6:37 a.m., the EOC was fully activated. Reports of devastation in Kerr County began arriving, including flooding at camps and rising water levels. The 20-foot flood wave took about 90 minutes to move downstream toward Kendall County. Thanks to Comfort ISD, we opened a temporary shelter on campus. At 7 a.m., WENS issued a notification that flooding on the Guadalupe is happening in Kerr County. The Kendall County EOC is being activated. Up to a 32-foot rise in the Guadalupe River is expected. By 7:30 a.m., mandatory evacuations were issued for residents along the Guadalupe River in Comfort, Texas. At 8:06 a.m., EMC Constantine pushed out the following WENS message: urgent flood alert. Comfort residents along the river moved to high ground immediately. Mandatory evacuation. Evacuations were occurring along the river. Road and bridge crews began closing impacted roads and bridges. Comfort Volunteer Fire Department began evacuating vehicles on bridges and cleared out the Comfort RV Resort. Multiple rescue boats were staged at Comfort High School. At 8:44 a.m., high-level floodwaters officially approached Kendall County. At 10:52 a.m., as water began rising too fast to ensure safe evacuation, Assistant Comfort Volunteer Fire Chief Danny Morales, in coordination with Constantine and our EOC, activated the siren warning system for the Comfort area to warn citizens of the impending flood danger. WENS alerts continued from 11:01 a.m. until 11:05 a.m., stating, urgent flood alert warning. Residents along the river seek higher ground immediately. A flash flood warning has been issued for Kendall County, 11:05 a.m. Thanks to the rapid, coordinated action, no lives were lost in Kendall County, though we did suffer private property damage along the Guadalupe River. What has Kendall County done to plan, mitigate, and respond? First, we've strengthened our floodplain rules. For example, no RV or manufactured home communities are allowed in the floodplain areas. New construction must be elevated 1 foot above base flood elevation and anchored per hydraulic standards. 2, we invested into a feasibility study for Cypress Creek, investing over $175,000. This is located upstream in Kerr County to help protect our downstream Comfort community. We pursued a countywide drainage master plan to proactively address flood risks across the region. We created a full-time grant coordinator position in the county to identify and apply for grants, including flood mitigation funding. We expanded our ICS and FEMA-based training, focusing more on tabletop exercises and preparation efforts. We implemented the WENS emergency alert system, which is an affordable, highly effective emergency communication tool used to notify citizens. We allocated $1.5 million in ARPA funds for culvert improvements throughout the city of Boerne. We also partnered with the soil and water conservation districts in our community to improve flood control structures in the county. And lastly, we passed a bond proposition for $20 million. This bond is known as Prop A. It's to purchase conservation easements and green space, protecting waterways and limiting certain harmful types of development in those areas. Recommendations to improve the state and local response capabilities. Let me first emphasize, TDM performed admirably from Kendall County's perspective. Our CLO, Scott Haynes, was embedded within our EOC from day one. His leadership maintained consistent contact and support with us. We are deeply grateful. That said, here are a few recommendations based on our experience. Improve access to the IPAWS system, the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. It's currently too limited in access and not user-friendly. WENS and IPAWS can work together, but local officials need better access to both tools. Develop a river-wide emergency alert system. The entire Guadalupe River and its tributaries, offering early downstream warnings across jurisdictions. 3, simplify the grant application process for small counties. Avoid requiring costly engineering studies just to apply. These costs deter small counties from even seeking funding. 4, create a COG-wide emergency operations plan to streamline regional coordination and improve response across the council of government areas. In closing, our experience in Kendall County is a testament to what preparation, communication, and teamwork can achieve. We didn't have it perfect, but we had a plan, practiced it, and executed it with urgency and coordination. I urge the committee to continue investing in local preparedness, strengthen interagency tools, and ensure small counties have equitable access to resources. Thank you for your time and commitment to protecting Texans.
Thank you. Jeb Rubio, get the mic up real close, please. There you go.
Sir. Good morning. Good morning, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Bella A. Rubio, and I'm the county judge of Real County, which is a contiguous county to Kerr County, with a population of approximately 3,000 people. First and foremost, Kerr County, you are in our daily thoughts and prayers, and to all law enforcement, first responders, volunteers, and citizens, you are the epitome of John 15:13. There's no greater love than to lay down one's life for another. Today I come before you regarding discussions, decisions that will be focusing on matters that directly impact the safety and well-being of all our counties and communities throughout Texas and the need for dependable alert systems. The ability to quickly and effectively share information during emergencies is essential, ensuring that every resident and/or visitor, regardless of their location or situation, receives critical information. As a native pioneer family and a 40-year county employee, I have witnessed firsthand Real County transform from a ranching, hunting community into a tourism-based, popular second homeowner site, as well as a subdivision developer attraction, with the majority of the growth occurring along the banks of the Frio and Nueces River. We also have 3 Christian camps located on both rivers that at full capacity on any given weekday throughout the summer service approximately 3,000 campers, camp counselors. Growing up a quarter of a mile from the Frio River and currently residing on the Frio River for the past 42 years, I have experienced river creek rises in all different sizes, some that have come just like a thief in the night. Witnessed helicopter rescue, people from rooftops and trees, and had my late husband participate in high water rescues throughout his 37-year employment with TxDOT. As part of Real County Courthouse budget preparation in my previous position as county clerk, I have seen the struggle and challenge to fund additional resources to provide and/or implement higher safety levels throughout the local law enforcement budget, road and bridge budget, extra funding for local volunteer fire departments and volunteer EMS, and especially the radio inoperability. While Real County was not catastrophically impacted by the July 4th and July 11th floods as our neighbor Kerr County was, we are still faced with the challenge of alerting the lodging industry, homeowners, and Christian camps at capacity located along the Frio and Nueces rivers, especially during our peak visitor season. Real County is 700 square miles, experiencing 2 major floods within a 10-day period, stretched our resources thin, which consist of our sheriff, 6 full-time deputies, 2 volunteer fire departments with 10 or less personnel each, county road and bridge department consisting of employees to cover approximately 75 low water crossings located on creeks and portions of the Frio and Nueces on various county roads, and a local TxDOT maintenance section with 11 employees to secure approximately 150 TxDOT crossings, culverts, and low spots on state roads prone to flooding as well. While our sheriff currently utilizes an app system that local residents and/or visitors can utilize to receive notifications, the system does not work in all the areas of the county due to minimal and/or zero cell phone service, nor during power outages, which occur frequently during severe weather. While all the entities do their best to collaborate in quarterly meetings and work collectively, it is extremely challenging to assure the safety and welfare of all visitors and residents during natural disasters. As the torrential rains fell in the early morning hours of July 11th, Real County Sheriff deputies began stationing themselves, as well as our Road and Bridge Department, at as many crossings as possible, beginning at 2 a.m., hoping to deter traffic attempting to drive through crossings where flooding was commencing. Effective implementation of alert systems in our rural and underserved areas present unique challenges such as limited access to broadband internet and mobile networks, along with financial constraints and lack of awareness, which can and does hinder the dissemination of critical information to those most at risk. Having an effective alert system, whether through mobile apps, sirens, monitors, or all of the above, can effectively save lives, as timely alerts can provide that vital information such as evacuation routes, shelter locations, and safety protocols, enabling individuals to take immediate action and potentially save lives. Minimum damage, as it can allow individuals and business to take steps to mitigate potential damage to property and infrastructure. Enhance emergency responses, real-time alerts and instructions allow first responders to quickly access situations, allocate resources, and coordinate their efforts more effectively, improving response times and efficiency. For counties to be able to promote preparedness through reliable alert systems that would foster a culture of preparedness, empowering individuals to be more aware of risk and take proactive steps to protect themselves and their family, funding assistance must occur. Counties should not be faced with the funding of alert systems through local property taxes, which is basically our only source of income, which have been capped throughout the years and/or reduced through property tax relief. While there may be possible grants geared towards purchase of alert systems, there are none that I am aware of for the maintenance and operation of these systems, much less the replacement when destroyed either by natural disasters or types of accidents and/or vandalism. In closing, I would add that I understand there's never a perfect solution nor a fail-proof system. However, timely alerts should not have to be considered a luxury, but a fundamental necessity, especially for our most vulnerable population. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Real County. I've attached some maps that reflect the the Frio and Nueces River and the over 50 tributaries, such as creeks that feed into the Frio and impact it, in the Nueces as well, and impact both rivers during flooding. I know that we as Texans are stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Members, as a reminder before we start questioning, if you have a question, just raise your hand so we can write you down. I got you. And to our panel, since there's 8 of you, some of you may be better prepared to answer a question. Just for record keeping and for those watching on the live feed, please state your name and who you represent before speaking into the mic, and pull the mic up as close as you can as well. Chair recognizes Representative Lauterbach.
Thank you, panel, for their service. Sheriff Letha, could you take a minute and give us a timeline on the events of that morning?
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative. Yes, there's been a lot of question about time, especially from the media. I'd like to go over, this is the Kerr County Sheriff's Office, okay, what we did during this time. And what I'm going to focus on is from 1:14 a.m. to 5:01. That's kind of the primary time. Now, please understand, I call this a snapshot of what we did. What we've done in about 28 days usually would take about 6 months. And we have a lot of data to look into, recordings, radio transactions, but we've done the best we can to get what we can for today for y'all. So what I'm going to start with is what I call the dispatch workload between 1:14 and 3:30 a.m. It's 2 hours and 16 minutes. Our communications center had 7 phone calls received and processed 22 radio transmissions. Then we moved forward to 3:31 a.m. to 4:22 a.m. in that next 51-minute period. They had 50 phone calls for service and rescue, 114 processed radio transmissions. They were very busy at that time. You have to remember there was a team of 2 in there. Okay. In that time, starting at 1:14 a.m., NWS issues flash flood warning to Kerr County, released on code red. 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen, anticipating 1 to 2 inches per hour, an additional 2 to 3 inches possible. 2:08, caller calls in inquiring about road conditions and if they're clear. 2:53, 911 call from River End. Water coming over the river break, they advised the visitors of flooding, no evacuation. So that's not normal for us, okay? A lot of times when rain comes, it goes up. That's normal for our area. 3:27 a.m., Mountain Home Volunteer Fire Department reports Shoemaker Crossing is not passable. That's a little bit more of an alert, but not abnormal. Okay, we move to 3:30 a.m., it's different. Dispatch receives a call from a family on a roof requesting air evacuation. Now that's what I consider it's all hands on deck starting at 3:30 a.m. 3:35, dispatch tones out Hunt Volunteer Fire Department to swift water rescue. 3:39, Mountain Home Volunteer Fire Department asks KCSO to tone out Ingram Volunteer Fire Department for evacuation at River RV Park. 341, KCSO Deputy Green confirms Schumacher Crossing is not passable. 3:43 a.m., KCSO tones out Kerr County Special Ops for Swiftwater Rescue. 3:46, dispatch receives calls with a caller, 2 young children with water overtaking the home, which that was a 24-minute phone call. Our dispatcher did a great job during that phone call. Not only was she on the phone at the time with those 2 children, she was on the phone, had them on speakerphone, on an additional phone, also doing radio transmission and typing. I said she did an amazing job. 3:50 a.m., calls from Casa Bonita advising community is flooding. Dispatch advises seeker higher ground. 3:52, Ingram Volunteer Fire Department goes into service. 3:57 a.m., calls from Camp Mystic, stranded on hill seeking evacuation. 4:05 a.m., multiple reports of cabins off Casa Bonita flooding. 4:08, KCSO tones out Mountain Home to Casa Bonita for water rescue. 4:11, KCSO Sergeant Merritt is landlocked, must abandon his cruiser and begin evacuating nearby residents. So what he did is he got trapped, but he got out of his vehicle and continued to notify people of what's going on. Also provided first aid to one lady in that time. He was kind of out of the game at that point, so we lost kind of a deputy, but he was still able to. He was actually trying to get a hold of another deputy. I had another female sergeant that was getting ready. That female sergeant lost her vehicle, her department, her office Tahoe, and she was underwater and could barely breathe for 45 minutes. 4:15, KCSO Corporal Tejeda arrives at Highway 39 and barricades the highway. Okay, now we're going to move to 4:22 to 5:01. This is a 39-minute period. During that 39-minute period, our dispatch workload was 19 calls of service and rescue, 168 radio transmissions. Still very busy for 2 people. 4:22 a.m., Hunt Volunteer Fire Department seeks code red alert. KCSO dispatch acknowledges. 4:23, KCSO Sergeant approves code red alert. 4:24, KCSO Deputy McGee reports he hears kids screaming in the river. 4:28, dispatch calls TxDOT for barricades. 4:30 a.m., TxDOT calls dispatch asking for information on what is happening in reference to the flooding. Okay, please pay attention to 4:32. NWS calls KCSO asking if the roads are closed and if it's flooding. 4:35, KCSO tones out Ingram Volunteer Fire Department. Children trapped in water below Howdy's Park. 4:38, Deputy Green dispatched to Roland Lane to assist with children trapped in the water. 4:42, KCSO Corporal Tejeda advises people are on the roof in Hunt. Dispatchers advising callers to seek higher ground. 4:34, KCSO Corporal Tejeda seeks helicopters evacuation for Hunt. 4:46 a.m., ETA for Swiftwater rescue boat, he's told 10 minutes. Deputy Green says these kids don't have 10 minutes. 4:47 a.m., KCSO dispatching calls. Camp La Junta building collapses, seeking water rescue. 5:01, KCSO issues code red alert. From there on, we just continue to be busy, but that's kind of the bulk of the events between that time.
Thank you.
Senator Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I don't know that words can describe what I witnessed when Lieutenant Governor and I first came on that day. But I think it's incumbent for people to know, those that are listening locally, statewide, nationally, just what type of calamity you experienced in a short period of time that was unprecedented, a monster in the middle of the night that we've never seen before, and how this community, you all that I personally witnessed, responded with the resources you had to that calamitous event. And I want people to know what I saw. You, Sheriff, Judge, Mayor. You guys didn't sleep. I saw that. You're totally committed. And not only that, I witnessed the local first responders, like they, in a true Texas fashion, that were the first ones there, not knowing what monster they were facing either, just knowing that their fellow Texans in Kerr County were in trouble. Then I got to witness your cooperation and work as you started to organize quickly with TDEM, state resources. We're blessed with Chief Nim Kidd and the preparation that he has in his department. And working together in emergency management with our troopers and our game wardens and Task Force 1, which were close by, but always ready and prepared, working with their local communities. So I wanted to take this moment to thank you all and let people know you saw things that you'll never unsee, and you have experiences you wish you never had. But we'll take this opportunity in this hearing to know that the monster will be back in one form or fashion in this state, and that this committee will learn from you and the people that are going to testify as to what you learned from it and how you believe that we should prepare to help you respond to the monster when it comes back again. So thank you very much for that, for your input, your knowledge, your preparedness. Would you say that the top three things I'm hearing so far, that communications is extremely important and something that we can improve on? Sheriff, would you say that was the truth?
100%, I do. Like I said, we had a lot of support came here. We are in the middle or towards the end of a $7.2 million radio infrastructural upgrade, which the radio did work. One of the issues was it did take a few days to get everybody on that. I kind of call that a software issue, had to get everybody programmed. But we know we did get it done, but also I still have concerns to the west part of our county about having some radio reception in that area. Yes, so yes, sir.
Conversely, that also ties, would you agree that also ties into communications would be our ability and technology and cell phone availability, especially in the upper Guadalupe and in other remote areas of the state?
That is a huge issue. What I'd like to share with y'all, I believe it was in about 2, I got one of the AT&T representatives and said, hey, I need to speak to somebody, up there. And by God, the next day they were down here. I got to take my hat off to them, and they secured a tower in Hunt, Texas. And within 48 hours, they had another tower out that way up and going. Now, I haven't been able to check it. We have a very large county to the west, but phone reception is very critical. As you know, our Code Red system, that's one of the things it's based off of, is reception. There's the Code Red you'll hear a lot about is that not only one, you have to take it to yourself to sign up for it, and then you got to make sure the alerts are on, and then you got to make sure you have reception. There's a lot to that, sir.
And would you agree also that what I'm hearing is that emergency management coordination, while Texas is some of the best in the world, we can continue to improve that from the local, state, and national level to make it more seamless. Would you say that's another thing that came out of this?
Yes, sir, 100%.
And of course, the third thing I'm hearing is warning systems of integrated warning systems, but just a warning system that we believe is functional, can be applied statewide, So warning systems, whether that be sirens, whether that be improvements on how the message gets out to the community for that there's an impending flood, an attack, whatever, tornado, that warning systems is another prong that we need to work on and improve.
Yes, sir. I think that's very important. I've already had some talks with the courts. I think we really need to look in that, take it serious. And I wish we could have something by next year, but I know this is a very slow and expensive process. But yes, sir.
And while you mentioned expensive, of course, there's the other component that it goes with all of this, and that's the funding of it.
Exactly. It is very expensive.
We work together to be able to do it. Thank you all for what you did. I'll always be indebted to you and be honored working with all of you and for this community and for our state, and we look forward to some positive results. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. A couple questions. First, I just want to start off with Kerr County, and Judge Rubio, it's good to see you this morning too. For the Kerr County officials, I wanted to commend y'all on July 4th, how quickly y'all came together as a unified entity to work, especially with TDM and all the other agencies that came in. That was just, I know it was a tragedy, but it was impressive to watch how quickly y'all responded and worked together. Also, I know that they're not on the invited testimony list, but I wanted to give some credit to the others that also helped in that, which was your county commissioners. I know you had Commissioner Jeff Holt and Commissioner Rich Paces on the river actively that morning looking for those that were hopefully still alive on the river, and they did manage to find some. And then you had both your two other commissioners, County Commissioner Don Harris and County Commissioner Tom Jones, that were here actively in the EOC helping with communication. I also want to mention, y'all mentioned this, your volunteer fire departments, they were extremely critical in the rescue and information gathering and everything. So we're incredibly grateful for what those fire departments did with y'all. I hope that they publicly get the credit that they deserve also. And then also, just real quick on the list is your churches, your local schools and the school leaders, local businesses, your law enforcement officers did an amazing job. My brother is a cop here in Kerrville, and I got to watch firsthand what they did, so we're grateful for them. I do have a couple questions, and Dr. Rector, if you don't mind me, Dr. Wright, did I get that right? So you had mentioned diversion dams. I think you also possibly mentioned Charlie Hastings. I'm assuming you might have been talking about him a while ago and the diversion dam. Can you give us some more information on, my understanding is we don't have any diversion dams upstream at the moment, and you do believe that those would be critical infrastructure that could help slow down the amount of water coming down the river so you have more time to react to get people out of harm's way. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. That is absolutely correct. That's the other part of flood warning, and that's mitigation. And that would, I've read several white papers recently that I'm sure you've also read, that a flood warning system probably would not have saved Camp Mystic, part of the Hills camp. The water was just moving too fast. It was moving 17 miles an hour. It started only 7 miles from Camp Mystic. There was just no time for a warning system. Flood mitigation is the answer to the flash floods that we've experienced over and over and over again in Kerr County.
Yes, sir. How many, I know this is hard to even calculate, y'all have, how many tributaries and feeder creeks do you think that y'all would have to interact with?
Bring the microphone up. Sorry, you got to get it right on top of it.
Okay, thank you.
You can't talk loud enough.
I believe we have 3 main areas. Of course, the South Fork, which was terribly impacted this time, the North Fork of the Guadalupe, and Johnson Creek. Those 3 tributaries are important to consider.
Yes, sir. One of the things I want to mention, I watched an interview with Mark Armstrong. Many of y'all know Mark Armstrong, who owns the Lake Store. Anyways, he had mentioned that he's been staring at that river every day for 34 or 37 years, I think it was, and that there are 3 kind of stage levels that everybody is aware of. And he said that on this one, it was unprecedented how quickly it rose and how quickly it got above even the highest stage that they had ever expected. And I think that it's important to point out that people upstream that have lived on the river have seen this for, decades, and not, I think it's safe to say there's no way we could have predicted the amount of flooding that was going to happen in that time. And I know outside of Kerr County, a lot of people have been trying to point fingers and blame and everything else. But I think it's important to note that the locals here who know this area better than anyone else in Texas aren't pointing fingers, and they know that this was an unprecedented flood of a magnitude that nobody had expected before. So I just want to make sure that was pointed out to you. But thank you all for being here. Appreciate it.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think we are all committed, everybody on this committee, our Lieutenant Governor and our Speaker, are committed to fully understand why the loss of life associated with this flood and how we can set plans in place to hopefully prevent such a tragedy. Thank you for your testimony. When Vice Chair Flores and I came down and flew over and looked at the devastation, it's just almost indescribable how something that wasn't really dangerous when we were looking at it caused such destruction just a day or so earlier. Sheriff, I wanted to ask you, the judge talked about one of the deputies became landlocked. Why was that? He was trapped almost on a low crossing in front of him, and there was no way out where he was.
Okay, let me give you a good explanation on that. So that deputy is the one I said happens to live out there in Hunt, Texas. Okay, he was headed out there to check on the road. So he got to what they call Schumacher Crossing. It's flooded. Him and Deputy Green were there. Deputy Green turns around and leaves a little before him. So he's about a mile ahead of Sergeant Merritt. Sergeant Merritt turns around to come back, and what happened is a low-lying area cross had already came up, and he couldn't get out. Deputy Green made it through. His vehicle stalled, but he made it. So Sergeant Merritt stopped, and he knew he couldn't make it, so that's when he turned up, and he went to 1132 Highway 39, went up there, and as he got up there, his truck got stuck, and that's when he abandoned his vehicle and just started notifying people. So he actually got trapped in between the low water crossings. Our deputies, especially our veteran deputies, kind of know those low-lying areas really well, and you got to be careful. Once you're shut down at Schumacher Crossing, we're done. We can't get to Hunt unless it's in.
So to that, thank you. To that point, those areas have flooded before, or there were low water crossings.
Yes, ma'am.
So would a bridge over some low water crossings be good to have so that people aren't, one, that they're not landlocked, that they're not locked in anywhere?
Yes, it would be, yes.
But we don't have that. But that would be something when you're looking at what we can do in the future, provide a bridge over low water crossings.
Yes.
Thank you for that. You, let's see, communications. Senator Flores and I came down. It seemed as though you were having to bat down rumors all the time.
Correct.
I'm not sure how that can be stopped in the future, but we appreciated your accurate reporting, and I just really don't know how to stop the rumor mill, but that causes so much trauma on families. Do you have any suggestions for that?
Well, I think today is a big help. I've been kind of waiting for this to get it out here, and get the word out. And I know we talked about, I believe one of you all about the valley and the channel. I worked down a lot when I was there with DPS. I truly think we need some kind of system someday where we can go to, say, Channel 14 and it works everywhere. I think that would really help. But I think today is a really big part to get the message out there, what exactly happened to the public, especially the media, and maybe we can clean it up.
All right. Thank you very much for that. And we've talked a lot about communication, not just this hearing today, heard from you, but the previous hearing that we had. Problems with interoperability, communication. What about reception for the towers, or is there anything, is there fiber that is run to different places that normally, or you found in this flood, did not have reception? People couldn't use their cell phones.
Oh, yeah, on the phone side, yes, we have a lot of problem out to the west. We have a
And
lot
what
of
would remedy that?
additional towers, and that's what AT&T went in there and did. They put us additional tower in Hunt. I don't know how that far that's going to go to the west towards Mountain Home, but that's a fix, is additional towers, which is very expensive, but that's what would be the
But
fix.
fiber hasn't been run to all the areas, right?
Correct.
Because that's hard to do
Very hard.
in the hill
that
country.
terrain.
And I'm not sure if anybody on the panel has the answer for this, but is there something we can do proactive? You know, hill country is beautiful and it's on rock, a lot of rock. So water will hit and run off. There's not as much ground for absorption of water. Is there anything that, you know, the ag department or anybody can recommend that we do proactive in our land management to help prevent such, you know, downstream, just so much water at one time?
I wish I had that answer. I can tell you, being out there a lot, it's just a limestone, you know what I mean?
So we could task that to our ag agency to take a look and see what we could do for flood management regarding the water runoff.
Yes, ma'am, Senator.
Thank you for that. Judge Kelly, I want to ask, what is the emergency service that you have? Is it, I've heard volunteer, do you have an ESD or county paid facility?
We do have ESDs. I think we have 4. Is that right, Doug? 4. And they basically sponsor a VFD, volunteer.
I'm sorry, they what?
They support a volunteer fire department.
Okay. So the ESD, is it primarily medical or do they have additional fire?
We do not have medical.
You do not have what?
We do not have medical.
The county doesn't have medical service?
Not at
Did
the
I hear that
VFDs,
right?
Not at VFDs, no.
But you have an ambulance service?
Well, the city does, and we contract with the city.
You contract, okay, so the county doesn't have ambulance, but the city, Kerrville, does have ambulance service that you contract with?
Yes.
How many ambulances?
We operate about 4 ambulances, and we'll have a peak. We do have 8 if we need them.
1 second. Before you jump into a question, please just say your name
Yes, sir.
and who you represent.
Dalton Rice, City Manager of Kerrville.
Now go.
We have 4 ambulances that we operate around the clock, and then we'll have peak ambulances as needed, and then when we need additional staff to come in, we have 2 or 3 reserves that we can use.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Rector. Upper Guadalupe River Authority was established when? 1939?
Yes, ma'am.
And you govern, or you look out for the Guadalupe in one county.
That's correct.
So you have one job, and that's to manage the river for one county.
That's correct.
No warning systems except one down on Cypress Creek?
We are not involved with warning systems. We are
That was the
data collection.
Okay. Why should you continue to operate independently? Why not put the Upper Guadalupe River Authority with the Guadalupe Blanco River Authority?
We have a different river than is downstream.
It's not the same Guadalupe River?
We are providing the water for downstream. We are funded strictly by ad valorem taxes, whereas Guadalupe Blanco has water production sewer services that they are able to sell as production. We do not have that income. So if we were merged with them, you would be asking people downstream to support us in Kerr County.
Obviously, I haven't looked in detail at that at all, but I would think that the River Authority, Guadalupe Blanco, is pretty big, and I would think that they could work with Kerr County to see how they could help Kerr County as one river authority.
We work with them. We have some of our board members actually on their,
Okay.
some of their boards, so we are cooperating with them.
Thank you, Dr. Rector. In my mind, I'm thinking that it's a county river authority, I mean, it's a river authority that is managed for one county only, and I'm not sure that there weren't things that could have been done over the years, since 1939, that possibly could have helped. That needs to, I think we're committed on looking at that. And I think one thing that we don't take off the table is if the Upper Guadalupe River Authority could be absorbed by Guadalupe Blanco River Authority. I could be wrong, but I think it's something we need to look at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Colonel Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, Mr. Chairman, please be advised I'm hearing from constituents outside monitoring that out in the ether they can hear you and everybody else here loud and clear. Thank you so much for being here today and testifying. Sheriff, could you expand your radio network that you have, that all radios now are software, but could you expand what system that is?
Yes, it's a Motorola Gator system, a trunking system, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that y'all have invested significantly in communications and so forth. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, sir. $7.2 million for the system.
Over what period of time?
Over the last 2 years.
Over the last 2 years.
Yes, sir.
And there was, what was the, when you were trying to determine what system to go with, what were the parameters that you were considering on which system to buy? Because I know there's a lot of systems out there.
Yeah, basically it was down to the Motorola system or LCR system. For my experience and knowledge, you know, the LCR system is kind of built more for flat area, which, you know, we have 1,100 square miles here of a lot of different terrain, and we have like 4 towers here that we use, and if we were to go to LCRA system, it'd be up to maybe needing 10 towers. I know those towers are very expensive. So what we did, we basically upgraded the system we had in place and bought new hardware, all new radios for all our units, handheld and portable radios.
I appreciate that. About how many units of radios did you have?
Oh, sir, we not only did we do us, and I took this project, it's not just a sheriff's office. One thing I want to make clear, this is a Kerr County project. We also brought in our volunteer fire departments too and brought in, I want to say that maybe the radios was about $3.5 million, but don't hold me to that. It was very expensive.
I got you. And did you have a pool of radios so that when you do accept other support from, be it federal or state or volunteers from a sister county or something like that, additional radios to expand those out if you needed to expand your network?
We have some radios like we did. We handed out during the flood, but we only have so many of those.
Right. And so at the end of the day, when on the communications line, when you were gaining all this additional help and support, would you say that you could have used a lot more radios?
Oh, yes, sir, definitely. You can't ever have enough radios.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And if we had to look at this holistically, is something that you feel that the state could have prepackaged, pre-softwared, if you will, for interoperability purpose to deliver if needed for a mass cow or a situation such as this?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
What do you think that would look like exactly?
Well,
because you don't have just floods, you got to worry about fires too, right?
yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That season will be coming up soon. But yes, I mean, to me, it would take additional towers here. I mean, right now, I feel very comfortable with what we have, but, you know, new towers, more radios would always help. From my understanding, you know, there's really nothing that can tell you what system to get. You know what I mean? I have fellow sheriff's offices and counties next to me that are on different systems than I do, but we do have the capability to talk. But then there's Bandera County that's on a different system that we're not able to talk to.
And so when you were looking to purchase that system, there wasn't anything out there that basically said, hey, to be interoperable, in order to be able to connect with others, if you had to go and support somewhere else in the state of Texas, which I know our counties do, especially in the rural, or vice versa, there wasn't anything there that basically provided some sort of, I wouldn't say guideline, but recommendations in terms of capability that's out there that you may need to consider when purchasing.
No, there is. We did. It's called a dual band radio, and that's what we went to. We can use it on both our system and the LCRA system. Those radios are very expensive, between the tune of $11,000 to $12,000. So you just think, I want to say we bought a couple hundred of them, maybe between us and the fire department. So kind of do the math. It's very expensive to do. We were just very fortunate to have the funds to be able to do it, because had we not had those funds, we'd be on the same system we were before this.
No, I appreciate that, and I just want to make sure I understood correctly, or I'm relaying the question correctly here, is that when you or other counties are going out there considering purchases, if you will, and you know that you want to be interoperable, because in the case of emergency, whether you're going to support somebody else or vice versa, that it would be helpful or would not be helpful if there was a larger document that helped articulate and made recommendation in terms of not necessarily brand, but capability in considering what you buy. Would that be helpful?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I didn't understand the question. Yeah, that would be very helpful.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just can you, so we can live the pain that you went through, can you give us some example of what you went through in terms of the software interoperability issue that you had that
Sure.
you briefly mentioned?
Sure. Like, when you got here, like I know we had state assets here, you get here pretty quick. DPS and Gangorn was mainly the ones, and basically they needed to get their radios reprogrammed. And that took up to a couple of days to get that done. So that's the main difference we had.
Get them programmed.
Yes, yeah, just get them reprogrammed. So the ability was there, they just need to be reprogrammed. You got to remember, they came from all over the state of Texas, TDM. So, they just didn't have our radios, our channels.
And did the state or anybody provide an IT specialist to help you, or you had to take time from your recovery operations and so forth like that, trying to get everybody on the same network?
No, actually DPS sent their radio tech in here, and Texas Parks and Wildlife sent they did their own radios here on site.
That's great. That's great. All right, thank you. And I noted that you had mentioned the volunteer fire departments. How many volunteer fire departments do you all have in Kerr County? I'm sorry. Questions to sheriff or the judge either.
Sir, we have,
Or emergency management, go ahead.
yeah, we have 7, sir.
All right. You might want to state your name again. So
I'm sorry, William Thomas.
No, thank you. 7 of them, and in the comments there, and I'm just taking a quote from here, few have specialized swiftwater training or gear. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, just like my deputies, I'd like to have them trained. They do so many different things, but, swiftwater rescue is just something, actually we were looking into that, and we don't have the area here to train. We've kind of made some calls to New Braunfels and visit with them, but, that's just not something we have here to train with. And we're going to look at that, just like we don't have the proper equipment for that. That's not something we do on a day-to-day basis, and not trying to make an excuse here. Those are things I need to look in. Maybe we need to have some additional assets in our vehicles to be able to help with. I know my guys were using whatever water hose, whatever they could at the time, but that is something definitely we need to look into in the future. And the same thing with the volunteer fire departments, what I mean? Those are volunteers, non-paid volunteers that, also work full-time jobs that need to be able to help. So, and that training's very expensive. They have certain limits, and, the ESDs are way more fortunate than ones that are not ESDs.
Very expensive, but y'all have unlimited resources to make sure that we get all the training needed for our volunteers, right?
We'd be in great shape.
This is a reoccurring thing that we hear when you look to the Panhandle fires. One of the pieces that they pointed out over and over and over again is our volunteer fire departments are very poorly resourced, and that the training is hard to get or be able to pay for that and so forth. Do you think that if we resourced both training and equipment, that your recruitment of volunteers, because I understand that there is a statewide decline in terms of the number of folks who are actually starting to volunteer out there?
Yes.
That's an accurate statement, probably here too, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that would help
Tremendous.
recruitment and so forth if we were provided for that?
Yeah, tremendously. On top of that, I always use, COVID ruined us. I mean, as a sheriff and oversee a budget, I mean, it's just a shame. Not that the trainings went up, but your equipment, some of my stuff's doubled and tripled. I mean, it's just horrible. But so, they don't have the resources, and with the resources they need are very expensive. But that was made available, I absolutely think that would help on the recruiting.
But yet, out of all the help that you received, these folks happen to live here and understand where the danger points are.
Absolutely.
And so, but yet the ones who know best are the ones who's probably least resourced. And I think Chairman King, with your work that you've done and others within the Senate to focus on that area, I would hope that this report would continue to go that direction and reinforcing that is a significant advantage to emergency response when our volunteers, that are organized volunteers, are resourced and they're trained. If I could, to the judges, appreciate your service. I understand you major in the Air Force, and so you probably had an opportunity to plan in uniform and now plan as a judge in emergency management and so forth like that. And of course, you'd probably say plans are great, but unless they're rehearsed, well, the enemy has a vote, don't they? So, yes, sir. On your planning piece, and this is to both of our judges, please, and just a reminder, just state your name when you respond. How often do y'all get together in your counties to actually plan and rehearse?
Shane Stolarczyk, Kendall County Judge. Well, I'm a fairly new judge. I took office in January 1st, 2023, and our emergency management coordinator started around that same time as well. So we've been in office a short time, and so we have begun to focus on emergency management together. And so we took advantage of the 2 eclipse events to start using those as rehearsals for more major events, because a lot of the same players are involved for whether it's a flood, fire, snow disaster. All those same players are involved with a flood as well. And so we use those to practice. We also did a tabletop. So right now we have no set schedule for when we're doing training. We haven't done our after-action report yet for this event, but we've already made highlights of establishing a more recurrent schedule for these trainings and broadening who's involved, because there's some lessons learned about what key players we need to be involved in our events that we didn't bring in until later. Just, when you're dealing with situations, sometimes you're focused on the fire in front of you, and you need to, once you have a little time to sit back, you think back, oh, I should have included X, Y, and Z as well. And so I think getting on a set schedule for rehearsal is going to be more advantageous, but right now we don't have one. But the 2 eclipse events, I think, were critical in us being prepared for this event.
No, thank you. And you weren't there for those eclipse events?
I was
You were
there.
there.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I got you. Thank you. Judge?
Bella Rubio, County Judge, Real County. As I said earlier, our population is less than 3,000, and definitely a catastrophic flood would probably wipe Real County off the state of Texas map. So our sheriff has quarterly meetings that he began, I don't know, about 4 years ago. We do have a volunteer emergency management coordinator that the sheriff and I had to work hard to talk into being a volunteer emergency management coordinator. However, he is not homegrown per se. He comes with a lot of experience and knowledge, as he was Fort Bend County, I think, firefighter for many years. However, he has no experience as to what 1 inch does on the Frio or Nueces, or 6 inches or 10 inches. And he was actually flooded in both times that we had our floods, July 4th and July 11th, because they came in the wee hours of the morning. But our sheriff is very due diligent in having quarterly meetings, not trainings per se, but we do meet with all the stakeholders, the volunteer fire departments, as well as TxDOT, DPS, Texas Game Wardens. We even have anyone that'll come from like AT&T, T-Mobile, which really AT&T is the only thing that works in Real County if you don't have Wi-Fi availability. And then we also include the electrical companies as well. He invites as many of the stakeholders that would come or be impacted, whether it's flooding, fire, or a ice storm.
Thank you, Judge. That's really what I was really wanting to get
Colonel
to.
Wilson. Colonel Wilson?
Yes, sir.
We've got a lot of members with more
Sure
questions.
do, and I'm about to wrap it up. Mr.
Thank you, sir.
So that's what I was wanting to get at, is because, you can have a plan, but a plan is best laid when the right people are there at the table to work through it. Smaller counties, the resources there to do that isn't necessarily have hired, paid folks that you have to rely on some volunteers and so forth. But at the same time, will the right people show up for your rehearsals? Because rehearsals are key on those tabletop events. And that is one thing that I think that we just need to make sure that we emphasize, that while best laid plans, if we can't get the right people, meeting them for the first time during an emergency is probably not the best time. You're grateful for it, but if you are basically there and you know them and you understand what the action plan is, then it's best. And you would probably suggest that, as a routine, be it regionally, because there are awfully small counties that can't afford much, that should probably be done regionally, and maybe something that should be addressed to be done, maybe not on a quarterly basis, but semi-annual or annual. Would you recommend that for other counties?
Bella Rubio, County Judge, Real County. I definitely do, and I want to add that another part of the stakeholders that are invited are the superintendents and school board presidents of every school district in Real County, which there's 3, along with all the camp directors and also the lodging owners as well. They're all invited.
Shane Stolarczyk, Kendall County. I concur. We're very fortunate in Kendall County. We have a joint EOC with the city of Bernie, and everyone's very actively involved and takes this very seriously. So all the players that participated in the Eclipse events were the same players that were called up for this event. So we had 2 other instances where we worked together and ran through the motions on a disaster event. And so this was seamless when we called everyone to activation in this event.
I appreciate you sharing your best practices. Thank you.
All right, members, we've got 4 more members wishing to ask this panel questions. I would ask you to be...
I've got 4 as well.
So we have 8. Here's what we're going to do. I want you to be succinct, direct, not ask leading questions. If you ask a question, can you use more money? We already know what that answer is. So let's move through that with a little bit more objective. If you're fishing, that's okay, but let's kind of pull that into rather out just leading open questions. Secondly, we're going to do something that most committees will not do. And it's not that the invited are not an important part of this process. You're instrumental in where we're going to land based on where you're at. We are going to start interfacing or integrating public testimony after this panel. So what you should see is this panel will finish with the members. We will ask 8 public, and we just ask another 8 public. So we're going to have 16 public and come back to invited. And that way, the folks that we really think want to speak aren't here till 12 o'clock. So we'll roll through that, but I'm not asking members not to ask questions. I'm just saying, let's be a little bit succinct with the mission. I know what questions I've got, and I know where I'm going with them, and they really require pretty much yes and no answers. So try to line it up that way if you can. With that, Senator Mendez. Got to turn the mic on. don't have it.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to, first of all, let me thank the panel. Particularly, I want to thank the gentleman who answered some tough questions. You know, your whereabouts were asked a lot about, and I appreciate you. I'm not even asking you to respond. I'm just saying thank you for giving us the. I hope you feel better, and I understand you. You know, we all get sick. Things happen. It's important. I think one of the things that is very important too, that I appreciated from just about everybody on the panel, was the copy of their remarks. So I'd like to ask Mr. Rice, Dr. Rector, and Judge Stolarzik. Judge Stolarzik, if you would provide us a copy of your remarks as well, please. Look, one of the things that we're going to rely on, we're here today. We're glad to hear you, glad to see you. We thank you for the incredibly difficult work you've been doing. But we're also here to hear from the community, and we want to hear from them because we know that they've suffered through so much. And so that's all I have. I want to get your remarks in writing. I'm going to read everything. I'm going to go through it because we're looking for ways that we can improve and we can mitigate this type of tragedy from ever happening again. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Martinez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I'm going to ask our sheriff just a quick question. And my ears perked up a little bit when we spoke about interoperability and the Rio Grande Valley, and how, you know, I've responded to many of the calls down there, and we switched to all Valley. And in essence, not wanting to reinvent the wheel, so to speak, right? And the amount of money and the cost it would take for a full new, complete system throughout the state of Texas. But in listening to Colonel Freeman's testimony, he had mentioned last week that they do have SIM cards that can be placed in these radios to where there would be interoperability across the state of Texas when one agency, for example, I know I saw one of our ambulances from Weslaco that's here through EMTF, right, and they've responded to in support. But how would that work? Is that available? We understand that those systems are maybe $12,000 per radio, but is that an option that can be utilized with every department throughout the state of Texas without reinventing that wheel of infrastructure?
Oh, absolutely, sir. The main problem is the purchase of that equipment, but yes, it is available.
Okay, thank you very much. And then one last question, and this could be for anyone on the panel, and it's mainly, you know, in looking at the map, when you look at the South Fork of the Guadalupe and where it intersects with Cypress Creek, is there any way, or is there something that we could put in place, maybe gauges on those creeks as well, that could help us maybe model that, collect data to where we could understand, you know, those rise and falls of those the creeks as well in that intersection to help us with warning systems?
So Bill Rector, UGRA. Yes, sir. That's something that we are looking at. Also, floods don't just occur on the North and South Fork and the Johnson Creek. We've had significant floods on other creeks, Turtle Creek, Cypress Creek, and those need to be monitored also, and we're planning to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, to the judge and to the mayor, 108 plus people could have lost their lives here. The whole nation grieves with you. That's why you have a tremendous heartstrings now from just not in Texas, not from all our districts, but all across the nation. I wanted to start with Judge Rubio real fast. You mentioned in your testimony that you were worried if we had and we're calling it a flood emergency communications and warning system, that we would not have funding for that, for maintenance and operation. I want to make sure you know that Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Speaker Burrows, Governor Abbott have all said that the state's going to pay for it, and we're looking at ways to make sure you have that maintenance and operation money long-term. But
thank you.
Okay. Dr. Rector, you mentioned something that I need to ask further questions about. You said you weren't really sure about a river alert system actually being able to save lives, and you mentioned that the wall of water was moving at 17 miles per hour.
Yes, sir.
Right? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's
And you
correct.
said the camps were 7 miles downstream. Now, by my simple Aggie math calculation, that's 24 minutes. Now, if we had an integrated system, and your organization was looking at one, I think it was 10 river crossings, if I remember from the engineering study I read. But if we had an integrated gauge system with an alert that was also tied electronically downstream, we could be popping sirens off as we go. And 24 minutes is enough to get people to higher ground, because that's all you can do here. You don't want to put them into a river crossing. You want to get them to a higher ground.
Yes.
So with that fact, and the fact that there's 24 minutes, you want to change your response on if you think a river alert system could have helped save lives?
Bill Rector, UGRA. Yes, sir, Senator. There's no question that that could have saved lives.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we established that. Mr. Wright, you had a lot of testimony. I first off want to say that the statistics are that we know Texans turn off their alerts about 29.5% of the time. That's 5 times more than Vermonters. Also, we got a problem with people turning phones off at night, about 18%. You combine that, you're already in the 40 percentile of people that are not going to be able to get this, and that's not counting the unique topography of the hill country and the Guadalupe River, of which I've been here for more years than I can remember. Now, we agree that this should be like the mayor. We want a data system that's ground, that's minute by minute and can respond. But in your written testimony, we asked about sirens and, whether siren alert system could have helped us respond more effectively or even save lives. And you said it wasn't an easy question to answer with certainty. It's something we've evaluated in the past. And I just want to make sure, you made a comment about, visitors not understanding what the sirens mean. And that's it, because we're going to probably pass these bills and get these systems out. And I think it's incumbent that, and we understand the high walls. I mean, I've rafted this area. We've got 50 to 100-foot cliffs and areas. But shouldn't we be more concerned about getting that siren into people's, auditory range so they can take action and get to higher ground?
William Thomas, Kerr County. Yes, sir. What I was referring to is we need the education piece. We need something on our websites, social media, those types of places where the public can go to and see what those sirens actually mean.
But you're not saying that we shouldn't do this because the public won't understand what
Oh,
it means?
no, sir, at all.
Okay.
I think we definitely need it.
No, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't part of the record, because that's the way it reads. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And Sheriff, understand the points we've already covered. There was one thing that you said that we do have to visit. You said there was no time for formal orders. I need to know what that means. I think the public needs to know what that means.
Exactly. When I say formal orders, you talk about an incident command or something like that. At that particular time, it was time to save lives, to go to work. You know what I mean? We'll set up, as administration, we'll set that up. When I say it's time to take action, I mean, it was real time. Things are happening right there at that time.
Because we agree about the river crossings and the other statements about getting people on higher ground. Now, if there was an emergency alert system, okay, you're not saying by this testimony that you wouldn't have hit the button because the emergency management coordinator works for both you and the judge.
Yes.
But because when you say there's no time for formal orders, that could be misinterpreted as, I didn't have time to do code red. I shouldn't have done a code red. So I want to give you the chance to make sure you specify exactly what occurred. Now, before you do, OEM manager, or Director Nidden Kidd said that in testimony that no alert was issued by Kerr County on evacuations. So,
Okay, what I'm saying on my comment is it's not let's call the administrator or supervisor and ask what to do. I mean, it's time to take action at that time. That's what I'm trying to say.
okay, so if we had an alert system, now, and I do want to ask you and the judge, because the Director, Kidd said that there was not an order, an evacuation order issued by Kerr County at any time. Now, is that just oversight, didn't have the system? What was the issue, why that evacuation order wasn't issued?
It was too late. It was too late.
Okay.
This was so massive and arrived so quickly that if you've driven that road, you know, and you've been to the camps, we're talking about thousands of campers. And then we have the residents. And trying to move down Highway 39, which is 2-lane with no right-of-ways. And it's 2 lanes with no right-of-ways because it's privately owned, but it's a public use road. And the number of buses that bring the campers out, sometimes are bumper to bumper and go on for half a day. Those of you that have seen it know what I'm talking about. To try to get those people out of, and you got to remember the configuration. You've got the North Fork and the South Fork, and then they get to La Junta. We're going to have one heck of a traffic jam at La Junta.
And-
Closer. Okay, I
And
got it.
Judge,
Closer.
in the interest of time, could the cubic flow on the river
Yes, sir.
was 2.5 times the average flow over Niagara Falls.
Absolutely.
Which is an astonishing number. And I think in 1987, I'm going from memory, I think 10 people lost their lives because we tried to evacuate people across the river.
Children in the school bus.
Right, so no one would suggest that, okay? The concept I'm trying to get to is this. The watches were in place till about 1:06. 1:14, the mayor, everyone said that it turns into a warning. And by 4:23 a.m., it's the highest level the weather service can get, which is a emergency alert. So at that point in time, would there not have been a recognition of the obvious that there needs to be an alert that says effectively get to higher ground?
I agree.
Okay, thank you for your response.
Chair recognizes Chairman Moody.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be succinct and to the point. I just have a couple follow-ups for some folks. But before I say that, just to y'all here and to the folks that have been through this tragedy, in just a few days, the community I come from, El Paso, is going to recognize an anniversary that we don't like to think about. But during that time, as the mayor stated, we also saw the strength of our community, and we saw the love and care and compassion from people we'll never meet that wrapped our community in love and lifted us up. And I want you all to know that's certainly what we're all here to do, but there's people that are going to do that for you for years to come, and we're going to be walking with you side by side. So I had to say that before I start. A couple of questions. Sheriff, in the follow-up question that Sheriff Lauterbach asked, you went through a detailed timeline. I don't have that in your written testimony provided. Is that something you could please provide to the committee subsequent to the hearing?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Let me switch over to Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice, you listed a number of legislative proposals, ideas, concepts. Obviously, we're time constrained in a 30-day session, but I think some of those things fit in that bucket. And some of these things, I know I've visited with Speaker Burrows about this. These are going to, and I imagine the Senate will do this, launch forward into the 2027 session, ideas going forward, right? There's immediate need, and then there's structural change that we need to get to. And those are two things that we need to do. We can start in earnest on them. I didn't see that list provided here either. Is that something you can provide to us if it hasn't been provided already?
Dalton Rice, City Manager. Yes, sir. We can provide any documentation you need.
Okay, and if you wouldn't mind segregating, like put it in those two columns, so it'd be helpful to us. Because I do think also you did mention in your testimony, property tax relief legislation. That's something that's going to be considered. I'd like to know, from your all's perspective, how emergency preparation, mitigation, all of those things that our locals are tasked with doing, how that sits side by side in setting your budgets, because y'all are in budgets right now. You're launching into budgets right now. And I think that needs to be a part of that conversation. Even though it's a separate conversation, it certainly is connected to your ability to do what you need to do for your community.
Yes, sir.
So if you could please highlight that, that would be helpful to us.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm going to try my best. Judge Stolarczyk, is that how, was that close?
You got it, sir. That was actually correct.
Judge, thank you very much for your testimony. I think specifically your testimony about your preparation and the work you've been doing, I think it's very instructive to folks to hear those stories. You mentioned that your emergency management coordinator, last name I caught was Constantine. What was the first name?
Shane Stolarczyk, Kendall County. Brady Constantine.
And is Brady Constantine here?
Yes, sir, and he did fill out a form in case you'd like to hear from him.
Okay, great, I would. Because there's something that's sticking in my mind here, and we're talking about, you know, warnings versus watches versus emergencies. And we know that warnings start sometime on the 3rd, carry forward and escalate up. What actions are taken, you know, those are, and to the sheriff's point, those are things that you're doing as the situation unfolds. But there's two very different things that I heard. One, that I think in the sheriff's written testimony, that he went to bed on the 3rd and didn't have anything to worry him as he went to bed that night. And you said that Brady Constantine's reaction in your testimony was he had an uneasy feeling that night. I'm not saying either one is right or wrong, so I'm not here to criticize. What I'm saying is all the same data was available to both those people, and you have two very different reactions. And again, this is not for me to say right, wrong, because there may be a reason why you get a number of warnings, and because of your experience, you go, okay, well, that's this or that's this, and maybe it was, things move a lot.
There is a reason, sir.
Okay.
Would you like me to call him up right now?
If we get to his testimony later, I'm happy to hear it. I do want to dig into that, because it may be that those warning systems and how they ratchet up isn't effective for you all to be able to do what you need to do in a uniform fashion. And what's happening in Kendall County versus Kerr County, I know you all are nearby, but could be different issues.
In a nutshell, I believe it's based on Brady's interactions with our TDM representatives, and the conversations they had personally with him is what triggered his uneasiness. And plus, we also had a huge parade the next day in Comfort, which draws people from all over the state. And so I think the combination of those two things added to Brady's feelings that day.
Okay, that's good. And when Mr. Constantine testifies, I'd like to hear more about that at that time. That would be very enlightening for us, because those types of communications, we heard from TDM last week about those conversations, and I think we need to figure out how we can be, this is for all of us to look at what we can do better and how we can react better. And if the systems aren't set up to give us a uniform reaction when even catastrophic things are happening, then we need to look at those too. This is the opportunity for us to unpack those. Just because we've done something the same way for years doesn't mean we don't look at it again now. You also mentioned in your testimony that you wanted to simplify grant applications. You highlighted engineering studies that have to be provided as some of those grant applications. Can you highlight which grants you're talking about?
I also have my county engineer here, because I believe there was one application we went out for. We had to actually do an engineering study as part of the application process, and that costs funds. I don't recall the name of it, but it's things like that could be cost prohibitive for certain counties, because you're spending that money
Correct.
with no guarantee that you're going to receive the funding at the backside.
And your county engineer's name?
Mary Ellen Schuley. She also filled out a card,
So we'll hear from her later.
yeah, if you'd like them in the 3-minute comments, they can come up. I don't know what the process is for them.
I do want to hear that, because part of the task that we've been given is to get rid of the red tape.
Okay.
It is not a system that anybody wants. When you are trying to figure out how to mitigate harm or how to recover from a disaster, if we are asking people to check boxes that are not necessary, That is the epitome of bureaucratic nonsense. And you highlighted it here. I'd like to drill down into, and I've talked to the Texas Water Development Board as well already at the last hearing, to identify these things when we're talking. Now, I'm not saying that you still got to check, you're spending money, right? You want to make sure that we're not doing that in a wasteful manner. But if we're talking about emergency preparedness and recovery from disasters, I want to know where the red tape is, because we need to figure out how to get rid of it so that you can do the job that you need to do, so the judges can do that, so the sheriff can do that, so that we can get the funding to people. We have great capacity in the state of Texas, great capacity. But if we tie it up with timelines and useless checkboxes, then we are depriving the people that we represent from solutions that they know could help and could save lives.
Agreed, and it's just not at the state level, it's at the federal level as well, because we went out for grant applications for wildfire protection, and for like the 26th county in all of Texas to have a wildfire protection plan. We went out for a grant. It was given great remarks by the federal government. We were excluded because we were too wealthy of a county, so they put financial parameters on health and safety. Even though we were well deserving of it based on our needs and our wildfire dangers, we were denied based on so you're not alone in having those issues.
And Judge, I agree with you, and we talked about this at the last hearing. I get why that's something they look at, I think, median household income, and that's how they, with the grant application, it was 5%, right? They did dump it into a formula, and that's the way we divide it up. There is a great philosophical reason for doing that, right? Communities that can't afford it, you want to triage that and put them front of line. I don't disagree with that. That's something that makes sense. But this is also an opportunity for us to look at, disaster is going to hit people that no matter what their median household income is. So what can we do to unlock the potential of the state? And if there are messages we can send to the feds, we need to do that as well. And so if you can help us identify, or any other witnesses that are listening, help us identify those barriers when you're talking about mitigation and emergency recovery, let us know what those are. And we are talking to these agencies because we need to get that stuff out of the way. That's part of the task that we have here. You shouldn't be put in a decision, you shouldn't be put in the position to make those decisions when you're talking about saving lives as you're setting budgets. I think we need to figure out how we unlock the potential of the state. And if we can highlight those concerns to the feds, we're going to do that too. But we certainly can control what we do at the state level. And some of that is money that flows down from the feds as well.
And we're a very blessed community, and so we didn't take that, we didn't just stop there, we didn't get it. We actually found a way to fund it internally and start a 501c3 in the county, funded that 501c3 with the funds to carry out our plan. So where there's a will, there's a way, but it'd be so much nicer to not have that red tape. So I appreciate your comments and your support on this matter.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Swartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a few direct questions to a number of the individuals on the panel here. Judge Kelly, I think some constituents and individuals, families of the tragic children that were lost, want to know some very direct answers to some questions I'm going to ask. And I'm going to ask them for those individuals. First, Judge, are there any sirens in Kerr County along the river regarding emergency warning?
Not that I know of, but I'll defer to my
There are
management
none.
coordinator.
William Thomas, Kerr County? No, sir, there are no warnings.
Right.
No
Guadalupe County has like 23 along their section of the GBRA, and I know there are several in Comfort based after disaster that have been installed recently. Judge, you put down in your written testimony that the first indication in this storm was different came from when I woke up to texts and calls from Kidd, Letha, and Rice. Were you awoken, or did you wake up from those texts and calls? And at what time did you wake up?
It's going to be in the 5:30, 6 range, something like that. And I don't remember if they woke me up or I woke up.
You don't remember?
No, I remember looking at my phone.
Okay.
That's what I did.
And you were at the lake? I'm sorry, which lake was that?
Travis?
Travis Lake, okay. You are the emergency management director for the county, correct? With Mr. Kelly I'm sorry, with Mr. Thomas being the emergency management coordinator?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Thomas, you mentioned in your written testimony that you were sick and were awoken by your wife after a call from the city of Kerrville's EMC, which is your counterpart for the city of Kerrville. Is that correct?
William Thomas, Kerr County, yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. So between the two of y'all are in charge of the emergency management operations for the county of Kerr County. When was an EOC established for Kerr County?
The EOC was set up in my absence.
By who?
I don't really know.
Okay.
I'm assuming, I think Chief Kidd had gotten here by then.
Yeah, there was a combined one set up later that day, I think,
Right,
about
and
6
then-
p.m.
yeah.
But as far as an EOC, there was one in Kerrville, the city, but Kerr County set up an EOC or not? I don't know.
No, the way I understand it is, the county actually set up their EOC in the Youth Event Center, which is a county-owned building. It had been moved to that location. What happened out in Ingram at City West Church was an incident command center, as I understood it. Dub, can you clarify?
Yes, sir. William Thomas, Kerr County. So we operate a joint EOC. We have a joint emergency management plan, Kerrville, Kerr County, City of Ingram. So we had a joint EOC set up.
You had a joint EOC set up, not dissimilar to Kendall County and Bernie when they have an emergency situation.
That's correct.
Okay. Sheriff Letha, did I say your name correctly? I'm sorry if I did not.
Yes, sir, you did.
Yes. You gave the timeline, and that was very good information. It looks like the 3 o'clock hour was, for lack of better terms, when the SHIT hit the fan.
That's
And
3:30.
you said in your testimony that when Shoemaker passing or crossing became flooded, it raised some eyebrows in the dispatch center, in the KCSO, the Kerr County Sheriff's Office Dispatch Center, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned there were a large number of calls and then 114 radio transmissions in the next kind of time frame, 119 or whatever. So a lot of activity. You mentioned that several times. Was there any activity to call you? Because in your testimony, there's no, like when you were awake or whenever you were around. So when was that, so the people know?
I got my first call at 4:20 is when I came, I'd say, active. My chief deputy contacted me at that time. I had 2 phones going, turned the radio on. I kind of lived to the east part of the county, it's a little bit of drive, but I came to the sheriff's office by around 5 a.m. But no, I was notified at 4:20.
Okay. So you were notified, of course, because, sheriffs and 911 dispatch, they're awake and alert and someone's answering the phone. So that's good. Did you notify the sheriff, the judge, or the EMC at that time?
At that time, what I did, I started calling people out. A little bit later, I did contact the judge. I knew my communication supervisor was trying to get a hold of our EMC. But I started calling people out. And what I did immediately, when I knew what was going on, I started calling hands on deck, getting people out in the field. That was my primary, felt like my responsibility.
So it was more focused on rescue and handling the acute situations coming into the 911 call center.
Yes, sir. I was not, to me, it wasn't important to notify the judge at that time. We needed to save lives.
And there's a way to alert the mass through their phones, but there's not a siren system in Kerr County regarding an emergency event, correct?
Yes, sir. There's
And
not.
you don't have the authority to actually activate that, do you, as a sheriff?
Well, we don't have that alarm system, sir.
Right, but if there was an alarm system, the sheriff doesn't have that authority. It has to be the judge or the mayor.
Sorry, I can't answer that question.
You don't
sir.
know the answer to
No.
that. Or can you answer that question, Mr. Thomas?
William Thomas, Kerr County. If we get a flood warning system here with sirens, it will be, the sheriff will be able to activate that system.
Yeah,
He'll have the
again, but
authorization.
in this situation, who can activate, call an evacuation? Can you call one as EMC, or does it have to be the judge or the mayor?
Under Chapter 418 of the Government Code, I believe it's the county judge.
The county judge, okay. You're not empowered by statute to do so as EMC.
No, sir, but in a life-saving event, we can order people to leave.
Right. But you were sick in bed until that morning when you were woken from your wife.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, there's some, again, my focus was on the prevention of loss of life, not necessarily the rescues, which have their own problems, and obviously the coordinate, which I actually commend many people on this panel. It's just, and Sheriff, one other question regarding this. I believe one of the other county judges mentioned that their sheriffs had pre-stationed, and I know you have a family history here in Kerr County with an intimate knowledge of the various crossings that are the worst and the likeliest to flood early. Did you have any sheriff deputies pre-stationed at those crossings?
No, at that time, no, I didn't.
Can you turn on your mic, sir?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah,
Yes.
no, at that time, I did not have deputies. They were out in the field. As soon as we started getting phone calls, they went to those areas.
Right, but you didn't have any pre-stationed at the low water crossings that are the first to flood in Kerr County based on your knowledge and your family history in this county.
Well, no, sir, I didn't. With the prediction of 1 to 3 inches of rain, 5 to 7 in isolated areas, it was just another normal day at that time.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
Chair calls Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. To Senator Shortner's point, and he has laid this out pretty clearly, but clearly the question would be not to be critical, but to learn from this incident. The 3 guys in Kerr County who were responsible for sounding the alarm were effectively unavailable. Am I hearing that right?
What alarm are you talking about, ma'am?
Well, you said at 3:30, after 3:27, when what's the crossing called?
Schumacher Crossing?
When Schumacher Crossing's not possible, and at 3:30, when there's a call coming in and people are on their roof, you wrote down that's time for all hands on deck.
Correct.
But you didn't wake up till 4:20. The judge is in Lake Travis, and the emergency manager is sick.
Correct, ma'am. At that time, my people were out there doing the job. You know, I got the call at 4:20, but they were doing their job, notifying people and rescuing people.
But you, to your point, this was a weather event nobody had ever seen. It was moving fast, and 50 minutes sure seems like a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we could do it better, because we cannot go back in time and save these children, but knowing now what you know, is there a protocol that needs to be put in place that if the 3 folks who are responsible at this moment are not available for whatever reason, what should we do?
Yes, ma'am. We can look at that real hard. You know what I mean? Best thing I can tell you, I got the call at 4:20. Prior to the 4:20, that 50 minutes earlier than that, our people were out there. Our dispatch was calling additional people out. Yes, I can look at maybe they could call me earlier.
But no code red was issued, correct?
No, there was a code red issued, I believe it, to look about 5:01. But there was additional weather alerts being put out that whole time.
But who issues the code red?
Our dispatch issues it.
Under whose authority?
Anyone who tells them, they have supervisor approval.
And who is the supervisor?
The supervisor on that night was Sergeant Mary.
So are you saying that there was a code red that was issued at 4:22?
No, that's when it was requested,
When was it issued?
5:01. Let me explain that to y'all up here. What happened at that time, I gave you the numbers. These people, they were overwhelmed, okay? These dispatchers were with phone calls, radio transmissions, trying to type. They did a great job. The code red went out at 5:01. But in addition to that, there was other life-saving measures that were going on.
I was down here last week. You have a beautiful part of Texas. You have a community that has rallied. I have seen folks from all over this nation that has come in after the fact. It is our responsibility to look at, is there ability to better predict? Is there ability for better preparedness and for better prevention? My questions are purposely intended to figure out now that you have the gift of hindsight in 2020, because Wimberley was 2015. Allison in Houston of a slow-moving storm that didn't move, I experienced. Harvey didn't move, I experienced. Unfortunately, y'all have now experienced something you are saying, I have never heard of or seen this before. We've experienced it in other parts of Texas. And if we can't take advantage of this moment right now for the rest of Texas to recognize, you may not think it's going to happen to you, but it's going to happen. And if we're not prepared for the extreme weather, the system that stalls, then we're not taking advantage of this moment. So the question is, you said at 3:30, when people were having to get off the roofs, that's the moment for all hands on deck. And I'm trying to figure out, is there an existing system that could have gone out to people in floodwaters way to reach higher ground, or are you missing that system?
No, we do have a code red system that something can be put out. Yes, ma'am.
But for whatever reason, in this moment, there was nobody to properly sound the alarm. Is that what I'm hearing?
They did not send the code red, no, ma'am, until 5:01.
I have numerous folks from our area that have lost family in this event. And it is my understanding that there were little girls with water around their feet at 2 a.m. at Mystic, and were told, stay in your cabin. And those little girls did what they were instructed. What, if any, system is there available for Kerr County officials to hear from campsites on the river in a flood zone to better coordinate, to send out a warning? Is there any way right now, was there a way for Mystic at 2 a.m. to tell you we have water at our ankles?
I'm going to defer to our emergency management.
William Thomas, Kerr County. Is it working? Okay. William Thomas, Kerr County. So there were a number of National Weather Service alerts that went out that evening.
I'm not asking about the national weather because that's prediction. I'm talking about the reality on the ground of little girls in their bunks with water around their feet at 2 a.m. Did you have any idea that that was happening? And was there a mechanism in place? Because if it's happening at Camp Mystic, you've got every other camp in this recreational zone at risk. What was the protocol and the process to warn people when that scenario comes up?
To my knowledge, we were not notified that the girls had water in their camp.
Did you have a protocol or a process to give you notice and or to seek assistance at that point? Or was this private entity on their own?
No, I've had discussions with the camps before, and the process was they need to notify the sheriff's office.
Is there any indication that there was any notification?
I'd have to defer that to the sheriff.
No, ma'am, I don't have any. No, ma'am, I don't have any notifications in my notes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, we heard testimony from Chief Nimkid from the Texas Department of Emergency Management about hazard mitigation plans. My question is to Mr. Thomas. According to TDEM, counties are required to submit hazard mitigation plans to TDEM, and then TDEM is supposed to provide technical assistance to ensure that you are meeting the requirements for FEMA approval. Have any of your counties received technical assistance from TDEM or an audit of your current hazard mitigation plan?
William Thomas, Kerr County. I believe the process is once our hazard mitigation plan is completed, we submit it to TDEM. If there are any questions, they will submit it back. We answer those questions. We resubmit it again to TDEM, and upon their approval, they submit it to FEMA.
And were there any recommendations from TDEM on your plan?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Not to your knowledge. Okay. So up to this date of this extraordinary weather event, your plan was in compliance according to TDEM and FEMA?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Louderback.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sheriff Letha, at 2:53 in the morning, we knew that the River Inn had a problem, correct?
Yes, sir.
3:30, we knew that you had a family on the roof. 3:41, we knew that Schumacher Crossing, from a deputy, from a sergeant who lives there, understood the area, grew up there. So if we're going to have anybody make a decision right then, would it be a sergeant level or above law enforcement person to make the recommendation and make the call right then? We're saving minutes and seconds here. So would it be good for him to be able to have the authority to act in your stead, act in emergency management stead, in the time frame that it takes emergency management to get going, or for you to get up, or for them to be contacted wherever they are, so they can put a proper response in place? But it seems to me like we need an emergency response that is up to the task at the time it's going on.
Absolutely, sir, yes.
Thank you.
Chair calls, recognizes Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This line of questioning is very disturbing. To some of the comments, we've had little girls in bunk. We have people dying. And yet we've got officials that are charged with the responsibility for their protection, that are in their beds, they're sick, they're waiting for somebody else. I've not to this time heard about the establishment of a unified command center to handle these responses. But yet I'm more disturbed with your comments, Mr. Thomas, as a river authority charged with not only educating people, but exercising conservation measures, but you're also charged with responsibility of gauging that river and letting people know about the dangers. In the comments last week and testimony from your authority to our committee, it was clearly evident that in 2015 and later in 2023, it was recognized through studies that you paid for that there was a need for an early warning system. In your words, an alert system would have saved lives. And yet, you didn't do anything about it. You waited to receive grant money from some third-party source when you had the funds available in your budget that you collect property taxes for to protect the citizens of Kerr County. You had money in your budget to fund an alert system, but yet you chose not to. Would you care to elaborate on that for the benefit of this committee, on your reasoning for that? And ultimately, the funds that were in your reserve account, did you return those through property tax reductions? You chose that path?
Bill Rector,
Speak into the microphone. Speak into the microphone. We need to hear your response.
I think, is it working?
I can hear you now.
Thank you. Obviously, we have been frustrated over the years trying to institute flood control, trying to institute a system where we can better inform our emergency managers of situations. We grew frustrated to the point where we said, we're going to do it ourselves. We're going to just take the bull by the horn. We're going to create our own system, and we're not going to ask for additional funds. That was out of frustration. We had tried since 2016, when I came on this board, to create a flood warning system in Kerr County, repeatedly, year after year after year, working with various agencies, trying to work with them to obtain fundings, and finally we got to the point where we just need to do this. It is urgently needed, and we are going to do it, and that's what we did in 2023.
What did you do in 23? Did you establish an early flood warning system?
We began looking at putting this as a separate priority, dedicating funds to it, and we followed that with finding people to talk with us on what needed and could be done, what was technically now available. We had a hydrologist talk to us in 2024 of September, and we heard him. We heard what he had to say, what could be offered to our county, and we moved immediately in our next board meeting to moving forward with that project. And we issued at the next meeting, January of 2025, we issued proposals, or requested for proposals for this system. And then by June 4th, we had actually hired a contractor, signed a contract to begin creating a system with our own money that would support flood warning in Kerr County.
I think your executive director last week had indicated that the board decided in 23 not to move forward because they could not achieve a grant request and have your money, the board's money, needed to have matching grants for outside money through a grant system from the state or somebody else. So I guess the concern I have is that you had the resources, you had the data, you had the studies that said this early warning system is a critical factor in the protection of lives, and yet you continued since 2016. I think you came on board in 16.
Yes, sir.
You continued to look down the road, if you will, and not really address the concern that your data showed. So that's particularly disturbing to me, to think about folks asleep in their cabins that could have been warned. I'm not saying that they might necessarily have saved their life, but certainly we have to ask the tough questions. The folks on this panel are charged with the responsibility of protecting people, and we want to make sure that there's no impediment, if you will, to that protection by some sort of procedural mess or unconcern. In fact, let me ask, where is and who is Jeremy Hughes?
Dalton Rice, City Manager, City of Kerrville. So Jeremy Hughes had put in his retirement paperwork July 2nd prior to the event after serving over 2 decades. And so he retired, I think, on the 11th, I believe.
So he's the emergency management coordinator for Kerrville?
Kerrville, yes, sir. So that position is a training battalion chief and with a separate function of emergency management coordinator.
I think one of the problems that this process is showing is we have a lot of folks who have titles, but when the time came to act, they did not do so in a timely fashion. Mr. Thomas, the River Authority, we're going to have to take a look at your role and your responsibility to protect the lives and property of folks along this river basin.
Mr. Darby, just to correct, just for the record, you're addressing Mr. Rector. And you said Mr. Thomas. I just want the record to reflect who you're questioning.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Rector, I'm sorry. I had Bill here, but I'm sorry. But you know who I'm talking about. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rector, I've just got a couple questions for you. I believe there's eight flood gauges that report to the National Weather Service. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's the only data. I mean, it's not a warning system. It's just a data collection, correct?
We are in the business of collecting data.
Right. And so with that data goes to National Weather Service. Do you make an effort, or is there a protocol in place to share any of that data with either the City of Kerrville as Emergency Management Director or with your county judge?
The Weather Service makes that data available to all government agencies.
Right, but it comes to you. It comes to the River Authority too, right?
No, we see it at the same time it's released to the other agencies. We do not monitor those gauges. All that data goes to the USGS, and that goes to the Weather Service, When that data is released, we get it at the same time the sheriff's department does, emergency managers do.
I see.
Even though
So,
we pay for the gauges, we do not.
so you pay for the gauges, but you don't get a heads up on what the gauge told you?
Yes, sir. That's
And you pay for those gauges out of property taxes, is that correct?
Yes, sir, for 36 years.
Are all river authorities, do all river authorities have the ability to levy property taxes? Do you
I
know?
don't know that answer to that, sir.
I don't think they do. In fact, I think there's only 2 that levy property taxes. Is your board elected?
No, sir, it is appointed by the governor.
You're appointed by the governor. So do you report to the governor what you find, to the governor's office,
Yes, sir.
rather? But you're not accountable to the voters of Kerr County, even though you're taxing them.
We are accountable to the voters of Kerr County because they pay taxes that support us, but we.
But they
the governor
couldn't
appoints us.
unelect you and take you off the board if they didn't think you were doing a good job.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
I've got a couple for Dr. Rector, and then I've got a couple for city, both Kerr and the others. First of all, on your financials, for 24, under surplus funding, it's showing up on your income. I guess you spent $515,000 out of surplus in 24. 25, you budgeted another $589 out of surplus. You had about 3.3 or 0.4. Is that related to this dashboard project, or what are those funds going to?
We had several projects that we were funding at that time. Was a riparian area that was.
Let me back up. Was any of that related to additional gauges or flood monitoring?
No, sir.
Okay. And I understood that the dashboard, and I understand the need for consolidation. I would just argue you are not the best place to consolidate it. What it appears to me is there's a large river authority that has a fabulous consolidation of data that is accessed by portal for anybody that chooses to, but they're 100 million plus enterprise. So for an entity to take on a dashboard that's, quote, going to be a shared resource, when you don't even have a number of gauges underneath the dashboard to actually track the data you're trying to track, does not make sense. So you dedicated $1.5 million to a dashboard to consolidate existing gauges. Does that include any more gauges?
Yes, sir.
It does. How many gauges?
Our firm, Pistons North America, is working on a map for those gauges. Obviously, one of the problems that we don't have a flood until it rains. So we need gauges in West Kerr County, rain gauges in West Kerr County. And those need to be automatically triggered. You get a certain amount of rain, that data needs to go to our emergency managers to say, hey, something's going on up here. And we have always just supplied in the past data to the National Weather Service. What we're doing now is we're changing our scope. We are going to create a system within Kerr County that supplies data for our emergency managers in Kerr County so that they will be knowing what's going on locally on the ground here.
To be clear, though, you are adding additional flood control monitoring systems in that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, I don't care which one, Kerr or, Kerr or, I'm looking down here, Kendall, either one can operate, not Kendall, Kerr County, Kerr City. I'm going to hit you with about 4 or 5 things. I hope they're pretty short answers. Sheriff, number one, let me do sheriff first. What is the acronym for the radio towers that you're deploying for new operability?
Gators.
No, that's the radio. What's the towers? You had an LTR or something? You had an acronym for the tower that y'all deploy to get better radio reception.
LCRA?
Yeah, that's right. So are they of a height, and are they permanent? When you put those in, are they permanent?
Yes, sir.
Are they of a height that could accommodate additional cell service vendors?
I would think that's very possible, sir.
And so I would tell both Kerr County and Kerr City, look in your current inventory of tower structure and ask your vendor network, for those that did such a yeoman's job during the emergency, that they might be willing to come on permanent. And I would also caution you this: do not hold them hostage for fees that are exorbitant. the cost of a tire, the large part of the cost of the tire is land acquisition and leasing for space. So if you're sitting on government-owned space today, it only makes sense you reach out to those and say, please come on board. Because this community, this area needs bandwidth if we're going to put all of our eggs in one basket on a bandwidth line. So I'd tell both of you, Mayor and County Commissioner, and I don't have the mayor here, well, I do, to go through your inventory and find out what works, and do not go back and hold them hostage. There's a fair market value to fees, but I would argue the safety of your committee, your community, is worth gouging somebody that's trying to offer something that's essential service today. So that's the first thing. And it don't have to be LTRS. It could be a water tower for all I care.
Yes, sir.
But take an inventory, look at that, and pursue that with a vengeance.
Yes, sir.
You can have service by the year end, and won't be relying on boosters in the next flood. Secondly, this dual EMC deal for small counties and cities. My large ones, I get it. Lubbock's a split. But I want to tell you, in operation, you'll never know their city and county. They dovetail. My basic understanding is this one really didn't get together until Kidd got here and kind of forced the issue to get them together. Partly because we had a retired in one the day before, and we had one sick, and we had a county judge that was out. So, number one, I think you're going to anticipate or should anticipate a consolidation at a certain level of one, for many reasons. One, I don't think the expertise needed to do this properly exists in a small community. So you're running stretched on resources to begin with from a personnel perspective. Two, I want my TDM director not to have to guess which one he should talk to. So just from an organization and coordination, unless you can give me good reasons between now and the report and Bill that it shouldn't be that way, expect a consolidation. So here's the one that we haven't talked about much, and it's going to step on all kinds of toes, politically and otherwise. We're talking about what you do when the flood's coming and when it gets here. The question I have for y'all as a city and county, is there appropriate higher ground space given the time to evacuate people that are sitting in the 500 floodplain? Is there area you can get people to in this area if you have time to get them there?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So here's what all the data and monitoring is good, but you know what that's doing? It's squeezing it down to the very last second before we disrupt somebody's world. And that's a convenience or an inconvenience I'm willing to go to now. So going forward, under the Health and Human Services Codes, I believe it is, safety codes, that's where a lot of the camps are regulated. And what I've learned to find out is there's all kinds of reasons this shouldn't have happened at some level, but we get waivers. They ask for a waiver and they get a waiver. So guess what? An action plan at a flood warning level. Number two, not the last one in line where it's already too late, but number two, in a flood-prone area, when you're responsible for the lives of people that paid to be there, has to be evacuate to higher ground, shelter in higher ground. And we would have had 3 hours if that had been a coordinated place to go and trained and taught. They could have been on higher ground. But what we don't want to do as a community is disrupt the community on a flood warning. Y'all don't get that luxury anymore if you're living on the river. So those are some things that I'm chewing through here, because if we can talk all day about data reporting, our science is pretty good, but we're never going to be able to predict exactly where Mother Nature's going to drop one of those. So all of these folks out here that intentionally I didn't want them here today, but everything in your world's going to change a little bit, because in the next flood warning, if you're in a 500 plane, and most of those places were, there's the 100 and the 5, if you're in the 100, but if you're that close to the river, you're going to higher ground at flood warning level. That's the only way, with some certainty, you can predict no matter what the river does. And it would have worked in this one, had those people went to higher places. The people that got to higher ground, some of the kids in Mystic actually got to a higher ground on their own accord. That's what we got to start talking about, instead of wobbling around some of these things that we let people do because it's an inconvenience. Judge?
That's not difficult to do.
Do what?
That's not difficult to do.
Well,
To
it's
adopt a
set
policy
that,
on the NWS, when they have the flood warning.
it's an action plan at this level.
Let me just say this. It's not a problem as for emergency management to put out shelter on higher ground, and you know, we can do that. On flood warnings, when it says 1 to 3 inches, I'm telling you, some of those people won't move.
I'll tell you this, if I'm responsible, if it's my camp and I've charged for that bed, and those kids have been entrusted with under me, it's not an option. Now, if I'm a private, pulled up, put up a tent and sit on the river, so be it. If I'm in the RV camp and I go to RVs and say, it's time to shelter a higher place, and one of them says, you ain't getting me out of here, check the box, you talk to him, and when he's found down the road, you can go. But we've got a way to stop this. And what you just said is a truth, but sad. It's not that hard to do.
No, it's not. And it's just like Chief Kidd said, we can do better.
Well,
We can do better on this.
I would argue, and I haven't been through all the waiver processes, but I would tell you a lot of this stuff was probably wavered off over the years because it was an inconvenience. And that's got to stop. One final question. I think if I heard it correct, there was not a required actual training scheduled at least once a year. I know there was tabletops. Tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Thomas. Y'all do an actual test once a year, or you just do tabletops and exercises?
William Thomas, Kerr County. We do tabletops and exercises.
You actually do a physical, all hands on deck with city and with county?
We have not done a full-scale evacuation exercise, no, sir.
So going forward, Senate Bill 6 had some requirements. It ended up in a report. I don't know how you guys can be good at what you do if you've never practiced what you're supposed to.
I agree.
And I think coordinated, not 2 units. You need 1 leader, which reminds me, you actually need 2, or maybe 3 in this case, but 2 of your leaders weren't available. So a whole lot of world changing in this stuff for you and everybody that's in your current position. But we really just got to be smarter and willing to pull the trigger. I'm going to give you, I think this committee will hopefully approve it. It's not miss me. At flood warning, if you live on this river, you're going to be moved to higher ground. It just makes sense to me. So with that, Mr. Chair, I think I did have one sneak in. Actually, I had 2. Did you have any more?
No, I think the House is going to be quiet.
Senator
for a minute.
Swartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on follow-up of your question, Judge Kelly, you're indicating in your testimony that there was not much in the way of an alert of the severity of the flooding. I understand, at least from prior testimony in Austin, that the National Weather Service issued not only a flash flood warning on top of the flash flood watch, but subsequently had an actual flash flood emergency sent out.
Yes,
and of
sir.
course, you being the EDC or EMC or EMD, and then of course the EMC,
Right.
those are automatically sent by text and by email to the address of record that you supply to the state of Texas State Operations Center. But you also indicated that you woke up or were awoken from texts or calls from Kidd, Letha, and Rice. Did those texts indicate the flash flood emergency occurring, and at what time?
I don't know if that technical information was in there, but we definitely knew we were in trouble.
One more time, sir.
I don't know what the exact
time frame.
No, what was exactly said, But what the import was that we had a major problem in Kerr County, and I needed to address it.
On those texts?
Yes.
That when you looked at them, when you woke up at what time again?
5-ish.
5-ish. And what did you do at that time?
I got my dogs and packed up and called the emergency management coordinator. We went over protocols and drove back to town.
You drove back here. Did you come to the EOC that day of July 4th?
After I signed the declaration, disaster declaration at the sheriff's office, we went over to the EOC.
On the July 4th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you at the press conference that night with the governor?
Yes.
You were at the press conference the night of July 4th with the governor of Texas here?
I'm not sure.
And again, were you in the emergency?
The days bleed together. I have been in press conferences with the governor. You're asking me which day.
This would be the day of the flood. Were you in the press conference with the governor?
I do not know.
All right. And I'm going to ask you this one more time. Were you actually in the Emergency Operations Center the day of July 4th at all?
Yes, sir.
You were?
Yes, sir. And what happened was, after we finished up the briefings and everything, I had still not seen my wife. And so I went to West Kerr County to make sure she was okay. And then I came back for the press conference with the governor, I believe. That can be verified. But I think I was back for that.
Okay.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Probably don't need an answer to this, but a comment. Dr. Richter. So residents of Kerr County are paying taxes for the Upper Guadalupe River Authority to be in the business of collecting data. You said we're in the business of collecting data. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, that's correct was his answer. You might pull that mic up, sir.
Yes, sir.
And the Upper Guadalupe River Authority has been established since 1939. There have been some floods. That's 86 years. And the board, you representing the board, are just now deciding and acting on the need to have gauges?
Those gauges were put in 36 years ago. I believe.
Okay, so we have no alarms, though. It's just gauges to collect information for the National Weather Service?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I would say that you should be in the business of protecting people from the things that are going on in the river. I don't see how the Upper Guadalupe River Authority helped in any way in this flood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kokorsz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To all of you, we're hearing you, and I know that it was like Senator Flores, you said, the monster in the middle of the night, a historic flood, and we're going to get better from all of this. I drove down with Senators Blanco and Menendez this morning to Hunt and Ingram, and we saw the devastation. We saw some of the debris in the top of the trees, those huge cypress. This was something of a magnitude that, as Sheriff, you generationally having been here, we've never seen before. So specifically, I want to ask a couple of questions. Mr. Rice, you had some recommendations. I think that Representative Moody asked you if we could get those in writing. I was writing as quickly as I can, but my shorthand's not great. So can you get those to us?
Dalton Rice, City Manager. Yes, ma'am, we will have all that information to you.
Thank you. And Sheriff, your timeline is very important because we're comparing those to what we heard in Austin. So if you could get that to us as well.
Absolutely.
I want to go to your question, your comments in your writing. You said the water came too fast, and that leads me to the importance of educating our seasonal visitors and the youth camp operators about the importance of flash flood monitoring and knowing the evacuation plans. I'm going to ask a question on the evacuation plans. Did y'all know that the camps had those, or the RV parks had those? Do those exist, and did anyone know that they existed?
I'm going to refer that to our EMC, who works with them on a regular basis with the camps, our emergency management coordinator.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. William Thomas, Kerr County. We have 19 camps, summer camps here in Kerr County. I think I have emergency management plans for, they've been submitted by the camps, probably 6 of the camps.
Let me clarify that for myself. 6 of 19 camps had emergency plans that you had access to.
That have been submitted to me, yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask this as a question, whether it is through statute, state statute, that we give you the ability. Do you think that every camp, especially those in a 100-year floodplain or a 500-year floodplain, should have evacuation plans, including those that are to shelter in place and get to higher ground? Yes or no? And I mean, I'm a long 6th-generation Texan. I've come to your beautiful county many times. It's been a while since I've driven out to hunt. We see the low water crossing. With all of your timelines and comparing them, it was moved to higher ground. Should we have those plans? Should they know better? And should we require that?
Yes, ma'am. I believe if we're going to make school safety rules and regulations for the schools to have safety plans, I think we need to do it for camps as well.
Obviously, one camp suffered more than others, and we were able to get, there was something that went very wrong, and then there was an area that they were able to evacuate. And I know that there are a lot of parents with lots of questions. As we move forward, we'll hear from some of those. Representative Johnson, I too represent families that have lost their child or family members. I want to ask the county judge from Kendall County, Judge Stolarczyk. Did y'all lose any lives in Kendall County?
Shane Stolarczyk, Kendall County.
Pardon
No,
me?
Shane Stolarczyk, Kendall County. No, ma'am, we lost 0 Kendall County residents.
I went through your testimony, and you gave a pretty good timeline of how y'all reacted. It seems like y'all were reacting very expeditiously. In part, I know that the flood was your downriver. Did you think that you had more warnings from Kerr County that it was coming your way, or did y'all react just on the warnings from NOAA and from other warning systems?
I would argue that we reacted on both based on our conversations and those warnings, but also based on history. We know there's generally about 6 to 8 hours of a lag between when floodwaters come from upstream by the time they hit Comfort. So we know there was a window built in, but it actually hit us a little faster than we anticipated.
Then I want to ask this. You gave some recommendations. I'd like to get that in writing as well. But some of the things that you did, you have no manufacturing housing in the floodplain. Is that correct? You do that? You all have asked for that to happen?
Correct. No permanent like rental properties, but I believe you can keep them there for up to 90 days, like for park, or to park and camp. But I'd have to recheck our rules for the exact specifications for that.
In your testimony, you had some bond issuance for $20 million of what y'all were doing with mitigation space, green space. If you could get that to us, I'd really appreciate that very much on the proactive things you did pre this disaster.
Correct. The bond initiative is a very unique one. We're a very conservative county, like 80% Republican, but that bond passed like by 66%. And so our residents willingly raised taxes to go out so we could purchase large tracts of land to, in areas where we know there's risk for floods, where we want to preserve waterways, and also prevent certain kinds of development that could be problematic down the road. So it's our community is very invested in the well-being and welfare of our residents. So that was one of the very big accomplishments that we've done in the past couple of years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I say this with a heavy heart because none of us want to point fingers, but I was kind of in the middle of it on day one. And since day one, I've been to a number of the funerals. I went to the church and spoke to the families and gave the families my cell number a few days later and said, call me. I've gotten to know these people, and I think I have to make this point on behalf of them. Judge Kelly, I never saw you on day one. I came here from Austin. In this room, I talked to the sheriff multiple times, Sheriff. I talked to the mayor multiple times. We had a meeting when we got here. Governor Youngkin was here. I was here. The mayor was here. Everyone was here.
Then I wasn't. Then I wasn't.
And you were not. You were not. And I asked the question, where's the county judge? I have covered multiple emergencies in my 10 years as lieutenant governor. This is about as bad of a day as you can have, and I've had a lot of bad days because we didn't just lose people. We didn't know where people were. And you weren't here. I asked where you were for the press conference that night. You weren't here. Governor Youngkin and myself and the sheriff, you remember the sheriff, very laborious, I can't say the word, a lot of labor intensive, went down the list of every camp, of the 15 camps, to find out who was accountable and who was counted for. And the only camp, and you know this, Mayor, you were there with us, we went down that list and we found that every camp had accounted for everyone except Mystic. You weren't in that meeting. I don't know where you were on day one on July 4th, but you should have been here. You should have been here directing that response. That's your responsibility. And Charles Swartner asked you the question. I want to set the record straight. I'm not pointing a finger. I'm not blaming you. I just want to set the record straight. Everyone was here that day working their ass off, and you were nowhere to be found.
All right.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These questions will be to the sheriff, Mr. Rice, and to Mr. Thomas. Do y'all have previous incident after action reviews?
We are going to do one after this, sir.
How about from the floods of old? Then we have an issue in like 87.
Dalton Rice, City Manager. I don't know about the old ones, but anytime we do an incident or have an incident, we have an emergency action plan, an after action review, and corrective action plans.
Okay. But after action reviews from previous events, do y'all have?
I would have to find that out for you, sir. I don't know.
Okay. Could you look, and if so, could you provide it, sir?
William Thomas, Kerr County. I'm like Mr. Rice. I have not seen any after actions for past
Great.
floods.
Thank you. Now, I know that Texas Department of Emergency Management basically started moving assets into Central Texas, or in a larger area, of course, not necessarily here in the county, on 2 July. Were y'all participatory in those coordinated meetings?
Dalton Rice, City Manager. No, we were not, but Kerrville is historically, regardless whether it's fire season, flood season, throughout the year, we're a heavy staging area for TDEM, and they're there constantly. So sometimes we know about it, sometimes we don't, and I don't think we knew about it until the morning of.
Till the morning of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's assets, and you didn't know of it till the morning of.
Correct, and I think on the timeline, we had, I think it was about 03:30, give or take. Our battalion chief that was on shift, he had notified STRAC or MedCom, which is kind of the communication point, and that was when they got in contact immediately with the boat teams that were local.
But there's not necessarily anything that requires you, once it's identified by TDM, for you to actually attend that meeting?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Those coordination meetings, and you know the ones I'm talking about in the morning and the evenings. Okay, all right. So in your observations, when you're doing rescue and as well as recovery and of course, You know, you still have weather events that's happening. You have a lot of help from agencies and so forth like that. Is there something that you identified that, you know, for example, that maybe the state had provided that basically was not a help but a hindrance, like for example rescue boats going down or not, and they necessarily was able to meet what this particular mission called for water rescue? Anything in that example at all?
Dalton Rice, City Manager. No, can't think of any hindrances at all. Every state, local, federal resource has been amazing, and they've come in strength with the proper equipment, the proper training, and everything.
Okay, that's good to know. Was there any situation for which y'all repeatedly had folks doing rescue out there, but then you had to go and rescue them?
No, Sheriff Letha, Kerr County. What I can tell you with some of the volunteers, some of the issues we had, you know, we really appreciate them, but they were in the river searching, and we'd had some bad weather come back, and we had some trouble trying to get word to them to get them out. That I do know.
Thank you very much.
All right, members, I believe that's all we've got on this first panel. I do need Sheriff Letha, William Thomas, and Joe Herring to meet down at this very corner and fill out one of these cards. We need you for record. You guys are dismissed, but I would suggest you might stay here just in case there's questions that come up after public testimony. For those that have not signed up that are willing to, or those that wanting to publicly testify, these cards that are on the front desk, please get one of those filled up and get it to the clerk so we make sure we get record. We'll get you if you don't, but you'll still have to sign up a card. All right, you guys are dismissed, and well, actually subject to the call of the chairs. All right, we're going to start public testimony. We'll do 16 to 8 panels, and then we'll get back on invited. Chair calls Mary Ellen Schul. Mary Ellen Schul. Brady Constantine. Auburn Gallagher. Ashley Willis. Timothy Mabry. Melanie Strong. Charles Holt. Albert Flores. Albert Flores, Charles Holt, Melanie Strong, Timothy Mabry, Ashley Willis, Auburn Gallagher, Brady Constantine, and Mary Ellen Schul. All right. There was a couple of those that were actually not they're public, but they were tied to the previous panel. It's going to be a couple of questions that were introduced into the first one here regarding some of the things the panel first said. So we're going to hit those two people only. It was Mr. Constantine and Ashley Willis. So very quickly, I'll ask the question and members can ask. There was a comment made by, I believe it was the EOC, that somebody had an easy feeling about that night. I think it was you. Can you give us a background of, and here's the deal. We all can have easy feelings, right? I mean, we're just kind of human nature, especially in hindsight. You might kind of start thinking, well, I should have. What was the background for that conversation with Tatum is what it was said. Can you give us the background on that conversation? And say your name and your title, who you're with.
Yes, sir. Brady Constantine, Kendall County Emergency Management Coordinator. In context to that, so I'll start with saying I have a lot less years of experience as opposed to many. I'm the second one, I believe, in history for Kendall County to hold this title. Jeffrey Fink held this position for 40 years before me, and he was somebody that I learned and transitioned into his position as he retired in May of '24. So I will say that I'm a lot more on edge for any type of situation that could happen within the county. Sometimes I'm a little too eager or more proactive, but that's me learning more of what my role is now. I grew up in the fire service as a fireman and paramedic the last 20 years.
So to be clear, I just want to kind of land the plane. It wasn't anything Tatum said, or, hey, by the way, this is going to be a big one. It was just kind of your experience level, inexperience, and kind of looking at some of the stuff and talking to people. You were believing that maybe this is we may not know what we got.
Yes, sir. We did have we had a weather call with the SOC at 10 o'clock on the morning of July 3rd. We had our planned parade in the Comfort community that runs down High Street that was planned for that next morning of July 4th that brings a lot of people. And I know that it is my job to kind of have some awareness of that. And so that's what that was in context
So
to. Yes,
wasn't
sir.
nothing specific. Okay. Members, any questions for Mr. Constantine? Because I don't want to keep him or the engineer up here. Are you the engineer?
Mr. Moody.
Just to follow up on the chair's questions, Mr. Constantine, you said you participated in a 10 a.m. weather call with on July 3rd, and that was the beginning of the conversation. Obviously, things evolved from there, but that was kind of the inception of that of your action.
Yes, sir. I've built a pretty good relationship with my county liaison officer for TDM, Scott Haynes. He knows where my experience level is in the fire service and such, and I still have a lot to learn in emergency management. And so we have a pretty strong relationship. We actually started communicating at 8:30 that morning in regards to potential weather that may or may not actually land in our area or affect Kendall County itself. So that's how my day started on July 3rd, followed by the SOC weather call, not knowing how much or if we were going to get any at all at that point.
Okay, and the SOC weather call, that invitation goes out to you and who else?
I know it goes out to emergency management partners. As far as just for our COG, for ACOG, or I'm sure, by region, I couldn't tell you exactly who all is actually on that list.
And that, do you recall, or do you have the ability to inform us later the participants on that 10 a.m. call?
Representative, that's a global call. There's probably 500 people on there.
No, I know that the invitation's going out. I'm just asking if he participated in it, and if he has, these are some of the folks that he works with, if he has recollection of other folks that participated in the call.
As far as participation, I couldn't tell you who participated.
Okay.
I can look at the email chain, but as he said, there's like 500.
No, and we get those in our offices too, and we participate where it, if I'm not going to be participating from El Paso on a call like that, but we had the same notification if we would like to participate in it. I'm just trying to figure out if there was anything that stood out to you in that meeting in terms of participation.
No, sir. Honestly, I couldn't tell you who all was on the call. I generally don't pay attention to that. I just dial in, listen to it, and see if it's going to affect me in my area or not.
In our prior hearing in Austin, when we spoke with NIM Kid and TDM, talked about qualifications for folks that serve in positions as yours. You said you're kind of new in this position, and we've heard from another witness has shared his background, education, experience, and training. Do you have anything on that front to offer to the committee in terms of what are the best qualifications? What are qualifications that are best served, or that would best serve the communities when talking about positions like yours? Because obviously we have these positions all over the state, and if there are minimum standards that you think would be important for us to know about, I'd like you to be able to testify about that.
So one of the things y'all mentioned earlier is the tabletop exercises. And, the information of if you don't use it, you lose it. That is something that we talk about in the fire service when it comes to hazmat, right? Or if you talk about, if you don't know how to tie a knot, we tie a lot. Emergency management is built around the fire service and emergency medical service. where we wait for somebody to tell us what to do, where to go, not how to do it. It's not utilized as predominantly in the law enforcement profession, I would say, on a daily basis, at least not at the local level. A background for somebody that, or for this position, I can tell you that is the strongest thing that I have is my background in the fire service, the 20 years I had prior to coming to this seat. I wouldn't have applied or been considered if I didn't have that experience that built the resources and the knowledge for it.
Thank you very much. It was very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I called the engineer up here because you were named in that. Do you have anything you need to add to that conversation that we were just in with Mr. Constantine?
No, I don't have anything to add.
State your name and...
Sorry, Mary Ellen Shuley, County Engineer for
All
Kerr
right.
County.
You guys are released. That was an easy day. All right. I'm missing two out of this. No? Okay, come on. All right. Let's go ahead and start on this side. You've got 3 minutes, but we'll be granting latitude on the public side a little bit for you guys. So just kind of move down and tell us your story. Tell us your name. Tell us your name and what's important to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Auburn Gallagher. I'm a 25-year resident of Sandy Creek. We're a community of 3,000 plus citizens. The majority of the citizens in our area are retired, elderly, and on fixed income. This area is historically underserved by local authorities. I was awoken on July 5th at 6 a.m. by my neighbor, whose house sections and other debris were taking out my fencing and leaving my livestock vulnerable. At this point, I did not realize the damage to my own home. I was focused on my animals and my neighbor's needs. I put my boots and jacket on and began to zip tie my fences together and headed to the church in our community to see the damage that had occurred. On the way to the church, I saw that 2 of my neighbors' homes were gone. I began to ask, how did this happen? Beginning to develop a plan. Our floodwaters came from a very small watershed with headwaters all within a half mile of our subdivision. The creeks could not shed 18 inches of water in 1.5 hours with the trees clogging the ways. It's like pouring 5 gallons of water into a toilet stuffed with sponges and expecting it to flow through. Our creeks are just 3, Bingham, Big Sandy, and an unnamed creek that starts at Rock Cliff. I took my funds and headed to HEB for water and ice and non-perishable foods. Then I returned to the church and moved down to Windy Valley to assess the damage. It looked like a war zone. I began calling resources I knew and asking for help of volunteers and equipment. The work began. The failures, the lack of communication by Travis County Sheriff's Office, the lack of communication from Judge Andy Brown's office, the Travis County Emergency Services Division lack of communication, failure to notify the residents when in fact I have been personally told by Travis County employees that they were warned at midnight that we were going to flood. However, at 4:39 a.m., we received a text message from Travis County that stated the following: evacuate, wildfire. Really? Wildfire? Flood. Travis County and the state needs to complete the 2015 flood infraction upgrades that were paid for and grants were received. They were not implemented. Now we find out that we have been under a 5-year flood mitigation plan, but no one in Sandy Creek has ever been notified. The delay of resources, please explain to me why New York State cadaver dogs were brought in 5 days into this event, but the cadaver dogs from Texas were never brought in. Please explain to me why we had no SARS or law enforcement units on the ground, but volunteers were on the ground by July 6th, where the state and county, where were your resources? I have been emailing Travis County for 3+ years about Sandy Creek and the things that needed to be addressed. They have never completed any of those requests, which would have fallen under the 2015 flood mitigation plan and the corrections that would have needed to be made. The lack of communication with residents about the location of possible missing, the numbers are still wrong. We have 20 homeless encampments between the two sides of our creek. Many of them have not been found. And by the way, did you count for the illegal population in our area? No, you did not. Further concerns are that Travis County employees are now telling us that they are not able to clean out or remove debris from our creek because the Travis County officials told them not to clean it up and not to remove.
Ms. Gallagher, thank you for your testimony. Your time's up, but I do have a question, so we're going to extend it a minute. Has any cleanup in Sandy Creek began?
So I'll answer that question as the following. I began bringing in volunteers on July the 6th. My volunteers, chainsaws, heavy equipment, boots on the ground, supplies, whatever we could get, we cleaned up Windy Valley. Windy Valley is done. They have started to remove, they being, I'm not sure whom they are, started to remove some of the debris from the riverbed, but there are many sections that have not been touched and no one will listen to the residents, sir.
Understood. Members, are there further questions of Ms. Gallagher? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
State your name. You have 3 minutes, and we'll probably have a question or two, maybe.
My name is Ashley Willis. I am also a Sandy Creek resident. At least I used to be. I'll live there again. We can all talk about how woefully inadequate the Travis County response was, but instead I've kind of brought some solutions, some ideas that I think we can move forward. I do agree, since 2015, we've had 10 years, there is 0 flood mitigation plans for Sandy Creek. There are 0 gauges. That is unacceptable. Additionally, in addition to the 22 inches of rain that we received, there are also additional circumstances. We need someone to monitor our tributaries. We have land with private dams that are very old. I'm not coming here with pitchforks, but they all broke. In addition to the rain, the level of damage was catastrophic. Whose job is it to monitor that? Whose job is it to fix that? Our emergency management coordinator, there is not a single standardized set of requirements across the state. There needs to be. As a real estate agent, I have hours of coursework I have to take yearly and tests that I have to take just to be a licensed fiduciary. It's not my job to save lives. Things that we need immediately: temporary housing, transportation, and yes, large equipment, because there is still debris. And I understand that rivers are traditionally what's covered by the county or the state, and tributaries are not, but it's the size of a river now. Additionally, aside from just debris, they are marking people found when they find their body parts. And they match DNA. And then they are not coming back to find the rest of these people. I found a hip and a leg on my property. And we did that, volunteers in the community, not Travis County. Lastly, I do think that there's going to need to be some water testing. There's a lot of contaminants. Actually, second to lastly, red tape in a disaster is ridiculous. The fact that the city of Leander could not come in because they don't have a previous interagency agreement with Travis County in a state of emergency, that makes no sense. Why would they be turned away? If you could please take these into consideration. I know you guys only have 30 days to pass legislation. I don't know how much of this can be done, but we have definitely, just want to thank every volunteer that came out the first week, as well as the weeks after. We're going to have the world's biggest cookout. We do still have an unserved area at the southern end of Long Hollow Loop and at the southern end of Gillum Creek that has not been touched. It still looks like a war zone, and if we get another rain, it will tear up all of the low water crossings that are left. The fact that we have spent our own personal money to help efforts because support has not been there is unacceptable. Thank you.
Just real quick, I know you don't have it, we don't have a copy here today. Those recommendations would be extremely helpful. Any written testimony that you can get to the committee the next week. I know you live, I think, in that area, obviously. Maybe homeless right this minute, but you're somewhere in that area. If you can get them to the Capitol, get them to my office or Chairman King's office, either way, we'll make sure the members get them. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Chairman Perry, on that note, for all witnesses, whether you're testifying or just want to submit public comment, if you go to the posting where this hearing is posted on the House website, there's a link to the public comment portal, and it's going to be open for another week. So you have a full week to submit your comments in writing on that posting, and that will be shared. Whether you send it to the Senate side or the House side, we will share all comments and put them together.
Thank you for that, Chairman King. The Senate doesn't have that facility, so go through the House, it gets to the committee, so. Sorry, go ahead and state your name.
My name is Melanie Strong, and I'm a resident of Travis County. I'm a general contractor and realtor by trade, and I'm going to give you a brief timeline of my experience as a neighborhood leader and a community liaison. I've used my background in construction and my leadership skills in the specific area of Sandy Creek at the end of Windy Valley Road to help the residents clear the property of debris, manage volunteers and heavy equipment, and help them sift through the destruction and try to find any personal belongings. As well as I've personally brought in shipping containers, tents, and security to protect against looting. In the evening of the 8th, 3 days after the flood, I was disturbed to see a woman, Auburn Gallagher, a 25-year resident of Sandy Creek, pleading for help on social media. This area of Travis County is only 20 minutes away from where I live, and after doing some digging and making a few calls to the only two people I knew in that area, one of which lives on Nameless Road that leads to Windy Valley, and the other one lives on Windy Valley. Both of them had the same thing to say, and that was that nobody came. They were left in the dark, and they did not have resources to dig themselves out. I woke up my significant other, who is a lieutenant in the Capital Region of Austin for DPS, and I told him that we needed to go and see for ourselves. I asked him if he had gotten any emails or phone calls requesting assistance, as he would have been one of the first ones to receive that request, and his answer was no. He refreshed his email again, and there was nothing requested from Travis County. We drove out to Nameless Road and came to a bridge that was out. We watched several vehicles drive over it, even though it was coned off. Once we backtracked and drove through Treviso, and we came upon a single sheriff's deputy who was posted near the other side of the bridge. He was the only deputy stationed for that entire area. We pulled in and asked him what happened the night of the flood because we had been told that no one came. He confirmed that he was working on the night of the flood and had over 50 calls directly to him that he was unable to get to as he was caught between Cow Creek and the low water crossing for the Balcones Nature Preserve. That's a 20-minute drive on a clear night. He was on the other side of the county. And there were no other deputies available for the Sandy Creek area. Sorry, I lost my spot. He was stuck there from approximately 3 a.m. until 10:30 in the morning when he was able to get out. He was landlocked along with other deputies, some of which had to evacuate from their own vehicles to escape the floodwaters on foot. We finished our conversation and went back home. On Wednesday morning, I went to my friend's house that lives on Windy Valley. His property extends both sides of the road. One portion of his property extends into the creek, and the other adjacent property is where his home is. The water came across both properties and into his home over 2 feet high. He took me to the creek that was previously an overgrown dry creek bed, and where we found his neighbors trying to dig out an elderly neighbor who is unable to get out of her home. And this is 4 days later. I spent the next few hours walking down the creek and witnessing the neighbors and volunteers with chainsaws and bobcats and small excavators digging each other out. I spoke to many of them, and their testimony was all the same. Nobody came. No emergency services came to them. In the hours after the floodwaters receded, their 911 calls went unanswered.
Ms. Stalling, thank you for your testimony. My question is, we've heard from 3 of you now. You're not saying that there was no resources just from the sheriff. Your testimony is that there was no Travis County resources from any first responding discipline.
Nobody.
Before you speak, please restate your name.
My name is Auburn Gallagher. Nobody came. No resources. Nobody came.
No fire, no EMS,
Nobody came.
no sheriff.
Nobody came for us. Nobody.
That's unacceptable. Thank you for your testimony.
While we're there, real quick, in the DPS testimony last week, I met you ladies in a hallway there at the Capitol. The DPS said they had put resources there, couldn't remember exactly when they showed up, but from an actual cleanup or mitigation or help perspective, but this was regarding looting and stuff. So do you know when the DPS were there?
Yes. Yes, they came only after my many requests because, like I said, I brought in my own shipping containers and tents to protect from the looting because that area was receiving a lot of donations. And we had an entire pallet of chainsaws that were donated disappear overnight. And basically, I just begged my boyfriend to figure it out. I'm like, you have to get people down here. They need help. And he made the captain that is over that area, made TDEM, whoever was in charge at TDEM over there, very aware that although there were a lot of DPS resources that had been allocated to Kerrville and Williamson County, that to let them know that there were still plenty of troopers ready and willing to come assist. And the request was, or the offer was declined.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, state your name.
Howdy, y'all. My name's Timothy Mabry, and I'm representing all the volunteers who showed up to help. So my story started out on July 4th in Canyon Lake, where I assisted in setting up a donation center for here in Kerrville. We ended up sending, on July 6th, 11 trucks and 7 trailers of supplies to here in the Kerrville area. Then that night of the 6th, I saw Auburn Gallagher's video saying that Leander was hurting, that there was a major need. That next morning, I called up the church there, and I heard the exact same thing from the church. The church told me we were almost out of food, we're almost out of water, and we're out of supplies for children, like diapers and wipes and formula. This is what we're out of. And we happen to have some extra supplies that got dropped off right after our last truck went out to this collection point. So I loaded up a U-Haul, and I drove it and I had my wife drive my truck, and a few other volunteers. We drove it up to Leander, and what I saw was horrendous. HEB had just shown up, and there was a Travis County emergency manager on site. And I asked him, what is going on? Do you need assistance? Because I started to see how crazy this was. My background, I spent over 10 years in the fire department. Before that, I was Navy. I have a lot of experience in emergency management. And I asked, hey, do you need assistance? And he said, I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm not sure yet. Just be on standby. I asked him, do you have a full ICS, incident command system structure, up and running? And the answer was no, we do not. Those supplies were being turned away because HEB had shown up. And HEB at that point was giving out small little bags of groceries to people. It was just enough of an allotment for an evening. I then went up to Ms. Gallagher's house afterwards, and I got to see the devastation firsthand on Windy Valley, where multiple homes were completely devastated, and the loss of life, it's heart-wrenching. Out of 2 properties, 6 people did not make it, 1 did. And to hear their stories is heart-wrenching. What happened on that street, and then getting turned away. I made a phone call to a friend who does global disaster recovery, and I told him the situation, and I requested a FEMA command trailer to show up to that site. The next morning, that Tuesday morning of the 8th, a FEMA command trailer showed up to the site before an emergency management was fully set up for an incident command system. The fire chief of the Travis County ESD-1 rejected that trailer, and they were going to use this little schoolhouse. But there was still assets that were being needed. People were getting turned away, and the community effort was there. It was not the government. It was not the state doing the cleanup. It was not the government helping. It was citizens. It was Texans helping Texans who are doing the work and are still doing majority of the work. It was after many cries and pleas for help and coordination with myself and many others of why resources in the state finally acknowledged what was going on there. And there is still a major need today. I see my time is up, so I yield.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, how are y'all today? My name is Chief Charles Holt. I'm one of the 9 volunteer fire departments in Kerr County that services Kerr County. I'm also part of the Kerr County Siltwater team. In this event, on July the 4th, we were able to evacuate 375 residents to safety. There was 36, 10 businesses, and 20 RVs that were destroyed. We had 16 waterborne rescues that day. The Center Point Fire Station had at least 7 foot of water that went through it. Even despite that, we were able to clean it up and get that as a community center and another distribution center across the town and the local schools. We ran 29,467 volunteers down the river from July 4th to the July 18th. We had 75 heavy equipment, specialized pieces of equipment. We had 32 rescue teams that was deployed down the river, 7 task force team with technical rescue and recovery and logistics. We had 6 cadaver dog teams that were running down the river. We provided 3,000 meals daily to the volunteers and everybody that was coming in to the area. We also accepted at least 80 tons of donations from the community support, and we had 60 medical contacts daily on our site. Through all that, we only had 3 injuries. One was a minor chainsaw scratch, one was a heat illness, and one was just a PTSD thing. What we got from the state was a 100-man TIFMAS team. It was actually a SAR team at the beginning of it, and then we got about 16 DPS deputies that helped us with traffic control in the area. So the biggest thing for us is, we had our personal professional equipment. We handed out to all these teams that helped them, mitigate the risks that they were going through on this river. We had a public plan. We had evacuation protocols that we had put together. On the county side, we had good communication with the county commissioners. They were good liaisons. The sheriff's response, sheriff's officer's response to there was great. Some of the things that we could work on with that would be, some of these rehearsals of the emergency stuff that would go on through here through the countywide. Other than that, through the state of Texas, the team support was good. We had stuff that we needed. The DPS checkpoints and the state representatives that have come down there to visit us and make sure that we're doing good was amazing. I got to see Mr. Liddell here on several occasions, come down there and see how we were doing and see what we needed. The only thing I would ask from the state moving forward would be, instead of a pull down from us trying to get information down, it'd be better to be more of a push, so we can get those good information things that we need to carry out our jobs a little better. So that's all I got for y'all. I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. Chief Holt, I just wanted to commend you and your brother and all the other volunteer fire department members from Center Point. Y'all had an overwhelming task. I believe the last survivor was found near your station, and it was impressive to watch how many volunteers showed up. And y'all, that's really an overwhelming task. If you think about, you have a lot of people. Y'all did a great job coordinating and managing those volunteers, and I wish people could have witnessed, if they didn't get to, what your VFD was able to do, and I think it shows the importance of why we have to have those volunteer fire departments there, and your leadership was exceptional. I just want to tell you publicly, thank you for what you did.
Thank you, sir. There's a lot more you can do, just being honest, with a little less red tape. So I think everybody that showed up to help us out, like we've always said, it's, we're from Texas. We'll help our neighbor. It could be next door, next county, or next state. So thank you all for everything you did, and I appreciate that.
Go ahead, sir, state your name. We'll have questions for you, probably for the groups after this last one.
Good afternoon. My name is Albert Flotis. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. I've been a television meteorologist for 4 years in this area, so I've seen the floods. I've seen the loss of life. I've reported it for many, many times. I know lots of the people that are sitting over there. This time, it was just insane. It was hard to do as a meteorologist. It's hard for everybody. I have a forensic company that does research on this kind of stuff. I'm here to volunteer our company to come in and do the work that needs to be done. You can't move forward until you have answers to what happened. We have some of the best in this operation of mine, meteorologists, geologists, everybody, hydrologists. We probably have about 150 years of experience doing hydraulic research. I'd like to have this committee consider that. I think that this whole situation really can't be looked at completely until you have experts like ours to come in and give you the minute by minute what happened, why it happened, what was the event, what can you do about it, how can you fix it. So that's what I'm here to tell you. I know how to get answers. We've done it for many people. I did it for SeaWorld and saved them millions because they had a tornado in their stadium and they didn't know it. So they were being sued for millions. Our forensic team came in and looked at it, and sure enough, we found a tornado inside Shamu Stadium, but it was tiny. It couldn't have been really picked up. I mean, it's not like you saw this giant funnel. Regardless of that, we have the experience and we're offering to come in and do exactly what I think this needs. At the same time, we have an artificial intelligence company. There's been a lot of problems with phone calls and people getting messages and what do you have and how can you help me? We have artificial intelligent operators that can handle 1,000 calls an hour. They will help people, they'll take their emails, they'll send them text messages, they'll do follow-ups. That's, excuse me, my throat's dry. That's free. My company is giving that away because I have lots of friends in Kerrville. I lived in Bernie, and we just want to help. So our certified company will come in and give you the best report on this storm, and my artificial intelligence company will answer calls 1,000 an hour until this gets done for free.
Thank you for that. Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Ms. Gallagher and, is it Ashley? Ashley and Melanie, thank you so much. Now, I'd gotten a report, and the Travis County judge will be here, or is here, will be on a panel later today. Hopefully you can stay and hear that, and we can talk. Because I was under the understanding that ESDs, more than one, and more than one responded. TDM was there, and that they responded right after 1 o'clock, I believe, on the 5th, 1 o'clock in the morning. That's not true. Go ahead, Ms. Gallagher.
No, ma'am, that's not true.
When is the first time you saw somebody from emergency services or an ESD?
So let me explain something. The first time I saw anybody.
Speak just a little louder.
The first time I saw anybody was when Melanie and her boyfriend rolled up on me on Windy Valley the night of July 5th when I was holding security to secure the items that I had secured. Ms. Campbell, please understand, I have a medical issue.
Sure. It makes it even harder.
I spent my $3,000 for my community to begin this process. The original products that were brought into this community, my call for help was a TikTok video that got my life threatened for asking for help. I spent my $3,000 on food, water, and ice for my community. No one came until she showed up in the middle of the night.
Was TDM there when I had talked with the judge, TDM has been very responsive. Were they there the next day or that evening of the 5th or the afternoon of the 5th morning?
No, ma'am.
Melanie, speak closer into the mic.
No, ma'am. From my understanding, and after that night that I met her, that was on Wednesday after the flood. And then Thursday, I spent that day organizing volunteers and large equipment. And as I was leaving to go check on another area, there were 3 Texas State Guardsmen walking the opposite direction down Windy Valley. And I pulled over and I forced one into my vehicle, and I told him that he had an ISTAT thing on his iPad. I said, "You need to come with me. Nobody has been down here." I said, "This is where the destruction is. This is where you need to be. You have to come with me." And he said, "Ma'am, that's not my mission today." And I said, "I'm begging you, please come with me." And he did. And I took him down to the end of Windy Valley, he was on the phone and he spoke with Chief Klingenman, I believe his name is. And that from the next morning, Friday morning, there was Texas State Guard and buses of National Guard, and those were the first people that many of the residents on that side of Sandy Creek
Where the
saw.
bridge had washed out.
Yes.
So
They
we're on
were the first
opposite side
residents.
of that bridge, Ms. Campbell. We're
On the north side.
in?
We're on the north side. The bridge goes this way, right? This is one community that has an one in, one out bridge. We're on the other side over here.
Okay. The temporary bridge right now connects the two?
The temporary bridge is the big sandy side.
Okay.
Windy Valley and the side I'm on is the other side.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Just,
Yes, ma'am, Timothy Mabry. So when I arrived there on Monday the 7th at 3 p.m., there was a Travis County Emergency Manager, Cortland Ballou, at the Round Mountain Baptist Church. So Travis County, there was someone there, but he was the only one from the Travis County in that official capacity. The fire department had been ordered to stay in their station that day. I talked with the fire department the next morning, one of the lieutenants on duty, and at that next morning, the Tuesday the 8th, they did not have a full count of who was missing and the level of devastation. And that it was that morning of the 8th is when I was told that the emergency management was going to be coming in the afternoon, and that they were preparing for them to start coming in at that time.
well, I think there's a lot we do need to go look into. We'll listen to the judge pretty soon, and thank you all, and I'll be talking with you.
And one last thing, Senator Campbell.
Yes,
real quick.
sir.
Senator Mabry again.
Senator Menendez.
Oh, he was one, he
Oh,
was
I'm
just
sorry.
finishing
I'm
his,
sorry.
a comment.
That bridge that was built that morning of that Tuesday the 8th, an individual who has a construction company in that area came up to myself and a few other people, and I relayed this to the fire chief, that he could have built a temporary bridge better than one that's currently up right now that same day of the 8th. And it took 8 days later to get another bridge working in order.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Menendez.
Could I say something before I leave? I'm going to have these folders given to all of you about our forensic company. Please consider it. You really can't move forward with this until you understand the gravity of what happened to the nth degree that we can give it to you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that offer. Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, to the residents of Sandy Creek, I'm very sorry for what you've gone through. The fact is that cadaver dogs need to be brought out. Residents shouldn't be finding body parts on their
They brought the
property.
New York cadaver dogs out,
I heard that, and
and they were turned away.
Well, we're going to find out later today from County Judge of Travis County what the heck's going on and see what we can get you some relief. To you, sir, thank you for what you've done. Chief Holt, my understanding is that in Center Point and Comfort, there's a siren system. Is that correct?
There's one in Comfort, but there's not one in Center Point.
Not
no,
one
sir.
in Center Point, but there is one in Comfort.
Correct.
How do you, if let's say you wanted, if you were to evaluate what you heard earlier this morning, because I mean, to me, there was a concern that we have low water crossings that can trap people in place. We need a methodology by which that's not dependent on cell phone service, but that will give people the notice, move to higher ground. They should have never allowed or let or permitted for these children to stay in their bunks when the water was rising. They should have been moving to higher ground. And it's evident that not all the camps had as devastating a loss of life.
Correct.
And so, your thoughts on that?
Anything moving forward to help, mitigate these problems that we have is going to be a step in the right direction. If it's a siren or if it's a better way to notify people, I mean, anything is best.
All right, thank you, sir. And Mr. Flores, I appreciate your offer. I think it's a very generous offer, very kind offer. I think one of the things that's most important for us moving forward is we need more precise ability to determine where this rainfall is going to fall, because my understanding is that 5 miles in either direction the rainfall changes, we don't have this tragic loss, and we need to get more precision. I'm not sure if your service can help with that.
I can, sir. Having done weather for 40 years, I have a pretty good idea of what kind of rain can occur, how fast it changes when it moves. And so it's a complicated situation. You really need experts to look at it. So we've got, as I said, meteorologists, hydrologists, geologists. They're going to give you the best look at what it was, sir. And so for you to plan what you're going to do in the future, you got to first understand the hydrology and the meteorology that hit you. And just a personal thing to say, our government has cut back the National Weather Service, if you remember. They were shorthanded in San Antonio.
I really
during this
appreciate the
storm.
offer, sir, and we've got to move on. So I thank you for your offer, and we'll welcome the pamphlet.
I'm going to have some
If you'll get them
stuff handed
delivered
out
to us,
to you.
that's
Thank
perfect.
you.
Thank you. All right, any other, Senator Betancourt?
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be asking very pointed questions to the county judge when he comes.
Please.
No, no, you can stay, or we'll tell you what the answers were.
Oh, I'm going to stay.
So thank you for your testimony. Chief Holt, I want to go back over there was a siren in Comfort that went off. Is that one of your volunteers? Because I heard it was volunteer fire department siren that was triggered by the mayor, I assume, or
So the Comfort Volunteer Fire Department does service an area in Kerr County, but their station is in Kendall County.
Right.
So, and they have their siren that's there that they control and they set off for these events that are
No,
coming
I
up.
figured you had a piece of it, so I was just trying to make sure we heard the fact of it.
Right.
And there's obviously, the sirens are still the same sirens that we all grew up with.
Yes, sir.
That people, recognize that there's danger and that they need to take action. So combining sirens with, old tech sirens with, modern cell phone alerts would be a positive step forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
And your service, too.
Thank you.
Could I mention, sir, Starlink, if you haven't heard of that?
Sir,
That's how you
you
get
got your 3
everybody's-
minutes. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you for offering, and we appreciate it. Please get the information to the committee. All right, you guys are dismissed. We will have the Travis judge up on another panel. As I promised, we'll do 16 publics, and then we'll go back to inviteds. Lori Lowe, Bubba Walters, Sherry Reynolds, Jacob Willenitz, Terry Hall, Ann Carr, Nancy Sedunkwitz, Zdunkewicz, Roland Smith. Lori Lowe, Bubba Walters, Sherry Reynolds, Jacob Willenitz, Terry Hall, Ann Carr, Nancy Sedunkwitz, Rolinda Smith. Let's start on this side and go over. Yeah, I can. We've debated. We don't know on these cards what your story is, but we would more than welcome those parents, if they had Mystic kids, to fill in these slots, and we'll try to get you moving through the system if you feel comfortable to. But we just don't know up here the ones that are, and if there are parents of Mystic kids or kids that were lost to camps, for that matter, we would more than welcome to try to put you up here so you can move forward if you need to. So,
Chairman,
yes.
I might add, if you are a parent of a Mystic child, I know you likely traveled, if you would come forward and just talk to committee staff where we know which card belongs to you, we can expedite this
Perfect.
process.
Good choice. All right, let's start on this side and move forward.
All right. My name is Lori Lowe. My husband and I live on the once beautiful South Fork of the Guadalupe River and have for 29 years. We are approximately 5 miles below Camp Mystic. We live on Highway 39, which is a 2-lane road. All roads to Hunt are 2-lane roads and are all subject to flooding. The initial plan in a normal flood is to stay put because of that. This was no normal flood. At 1:30 in the morning, I was awakened due to the terrible storm. It was pouring down rain, and by 2:30, I knew it had to be flooding due to the amount of rainfall and the slight roar of the river. At that time, normally one would take action to move your kayak up, things like that. You don't know what's coming. By 3:30, the red cell over the South Fork had never moved. We are familiar with floods. With an outside light, I could see the flood rising and moving aggressively towards our home. At 4:05, we hurriedly self-evacuated in my husband's large pickup as the floodwaters were fully surrounding our home. As we drove up our driveway, the flood was chasing us. It was rising so fast. But we knew that Highway 39 in front of our house was at a higher elevation. It was only about 100 yards to reach the highway, out of the reach of the roaring flood, higher ground. Had we needed to go higher, we easily could have by way of a paved county-maintained road across from us. Had we turned left on 39, we knew we would run into low water crossings, now flooded. We also knew that if we turned right on Highway 39, we would be driving towards 2 flooded state bridges. In a normal flood, you stay put because of that. This is no normal flood. Moments later, we're out on Highway 39 in the dark, and a Hunt Volunteer Fire Department firefighter arrived also. So it was the 3 of us out in the middle of the highway. It was totally dark. I think the power was out everywhere by now. VFDs are, in fact, the very first responders locally, and they are to be applauded. By then, no one else could have reached us unless by helicopter. He rescued a family on a roof next door, including a toddler. We picked up a couple, my husband and I picked up a couple who were wet and barefoot in the middle of the highway and texted a friend to open the Hunt Methodist Church. We drove them there. Soon it had 50 to 60 people taking refuge in the dark with no water as the power was out. We are fortunate to have a shelter along our part of Highway 39. At what point did I realize the flood was way worse than ever? Really, it was when I saw it coming at our house. So 3:30, this was a historic, never seen before flood. Its massive force flooded our home. Our house remained intact while it was flooded with 12 feet of water, ferocious, violent water, slamming everything around, moving things out of the house that were way too big to have been pushed out normally. So move to higher ground equals 100% success ratio. No, I don't have those statistics or proof, but I believe that moving to higher ground gives us the highest chance of success. Our visitors were the largest number of those who perished. It is heartbreaking, but also telling that 90% of those who perished were visitors.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Lowe. I do have a question. Did you say you're a 25-year resident? Is that correct? Over here.
Oh, 29 years.
You've been here 20, or
Yes.
been in this, lived in this area 29 years.
Same spot, 29 years.
Just for perspective, for those of us who haven't lived here, do you recall what the highest floodwater mark was prior to this storm that you had witnessed?
I can't say. You know, this flood went a half-mile across.
Mm-hmm.
Our little bend in the river is 15 feet wide, 15 feet wide. And by the end of this flood, it has reached all the way from Highway 39 up into Camp La Junta.
But you've obviously seen that river
many
flood
times.
many times. But from a perspective, 10% of what this one was?
Well, 25%
Okay.
compared to this.
I only ask because, you know, we hear about it being a 1,000-year flood, and I've toured the area, seen the devastation, and it's unimaginable what that wall of water would have looked like to those that came in after. But, you know, everywhere I've been, I see the watermarks on certain landmarks of this is where it was last time, this is where it was last time, and it seems like the watermarks obviously going to be quite a bit higher than it ever has been. So I was just curious about your personal
It's unbelievable.
situation,
You
but
know,
thank
usually
you.
when it floods in Hunt, you get a day off work because the bridges are flooded.
Understand.
And
Members,
nothing, you're not limited in any other way, you just have to stay put.
is there a question on the House side for Ms. Lowe? Seeing none, thank you.
Let's go ahead. Different committee this time.
It's a definitely different committee. My name's Terry Hall, and I'm founder of a group called, normally you know me from transportation related in turf, but we have a local liberty group as well, We the People, Liberty in Action. And my family live along Highway 39, basically like, you know, what's been dubbed ground zero for this disaster, at least in Hunt. Our entire Hill Country community has been devastated, physically and emotionally, and there just aren't words to describe the scale of it. Every person's been touched in one way or the other, and we're very, very grateful for the state for your help in so many ways. We see it, we feel it. It brought in needed help in our worst hour. Our local resources were and still are stretched beyond their limits. We will continue to need state support, and the state picking up the cost of the debris removal alone will save our county from bankruptcy. We cannot thank you enough for that. But I want to talk about what's going on with some post-flood actions by our government. In spite of the biggest cost already being borne by the state, both Kerr County Commissioners and the City of Kerrville raced to start the process to raise property taxes potentially up to the 8% max, exploiting the disaster loophole that the legislature allows them to do without coming to the voters. Our little town is no different than most in Texas. Affordability is already at a crisis point. The very workers we're going to need the most over the next few years to rebuild our community are the very same ones being priced out of our housing market. We have an out-of-control property tax burden, and I know I don't need to say that to you all because that's why it's on the governor's call for the special. And though you passed HB 30 during the 89th regular to limit this sort of exploitation of a disaster loophole by local governments, it doesn't take effect till January. Many landowners are at high risk of losing their land due to being underinsured or simply not able to meet their deductibles. Many lost fencing and structures that cannot be replaced by any insurance or FEMA. Businesses that were paid for now have no option to rebuild other than SBA loans to pay it back, that they have to pay back. Many of them are too close to retirement age to make that even worth it. The affected areas have a high vulnerability to having big corporations like BlackRock swoop in and buy up our beautiful riverfront and turn Kerr County into something that we won't recognize. We know Senator Colcourt's foreign land ban bill passed this session, but it only applies to enemy nations. There's nothing to keep foreign entities from buying up our distressed land. We need the legislature to step in and protect Kerr County residents from our own government. And this is a very real threat of skyrocketing property taxes with all of these different taxing entities doing it all at once. We're asking that you tie any state assistance, any state dollars, to the requirement that local governments can't do this to us with our property tax. If you threaten to pull funding for state debris removal, that cost alone, they would walk back these property tax hikes at lightning speed. We feel like this shouldn't even be a discussion on the table. Literally, the president and the governor sat here in this building promising that we would have every resource that we need to rebuild. And the very next Monday, the first thing our county judge put on the table was an 8% property tax hike. On top of that, the county commissioners are seriously considering across-the-board pay raises for all county employees, including for
Hey, Terry,
themselves,
you need to wrap it up.
for the fourth year in a
Terry,
row
your
when our
time's
families
up.
are hurting.
Close her up. All right, appreciate it. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Jacob Wellens. I live here in Kerr County. I work in cybersecurity incident response, so I deal with emergencies, some of which can be life-threatening, like with hospitals, but I don't usually deal with natural disasters. Most of the time when there is a disaster like this, it's not actually lack of technology. It's more a lack of planning, training, or preparing for the worst. I grew up in Austin but spent summers here in Kerrville. I remember past storms intruding on Camp Chrysalis on Turtle Creek here in Kerrville. I was at home, safe and dry, while neighbors like Sherry Shine, two roads away, lost everything. The only reason why that family is still with us today is because they were out of town. The story isn't rare here. That grief is real. There are serious questions that need to be answered. I'm not asking for more government. I found that increasing government generally makes problems worse. I do believe, however, the state does have a role in equipping local communities to protect themselves. First, modernizing flood alerts makes sense. Sirens may not in some areas. We may need a layered approach, gauges, NOAA, weather stations, mobile alerts, radio systems, and sirens, if they make sense. Camps need to drill for floods. It needs to be a requirement. We drill for cyber attacks. Why not other situations and disasters? A $30 NOAA radio in cabins where cell phones were not allowed could have made a huge difference. I urge the legislature to support county-led tabletop exercises that include camps, emergency management, local responders, and businesses. We already know our worst-case scenario now. We can plan for it going forward. Texas doesn't control the National Weather Service. However, we can lead the effort to improve the quality of the alerts we receive. Texas are tuning out repetitive, vague flood warnings. Let's work with our federal partners to make alerts specific, actionable, and worthy of attention. A good example of an excellent alert was the one that was sent a few days after the flood that warned of several-foot rise on the river. That is specific, it's actionable, and directed well at those that were near the water. I support requiring camps to have real emergency plans. We must talk honestly about land use. I'm not asking necessarily for zoning mandates, but people should be informed when they build in flood-prone areas. We can encourage better decisions through education and incentive. We need to bring back signing up for emergency alerts via driver's license renewals. That was a bill that was considered a few sessions ago, I believe it was. We should allow that, and this legislature can make that happen. We also can't ignore the emotional toll on the communities that are impacted. We have a little girl in our church that lost her best friend as a result of this flood. Her friend was at Camp Mystic. Had her parents sent her to camp this year, she would be gone as well. Lastly, I wanted to thank Representative Verdell. He was here getting his hands dirty in the mud and the muck, not observing, but actively helping. He spoke with survivors, worked alongside responders, and truly witnessed the scale of all the loss. That kind of firsthand experience is rare in policymaking. I urge you to listen closely to his insights as you consider how best to help Kerr County and other counties that were impacted by this. So we don't need more state bureaucracy. Big government mandates don't solve this. The state still has a critical role to play, though. We need it to help equip the local people, the ones that know the land, the roads, the risks, to plan, train, and prepare. This is a moment to focus on what works, coordinated drills, clear alerts, informed land use, and yes, we need some mental health support in this community.
Thank you for your testimony.
Let's back up the solution
Sir,
resources they need.
We're going to come back to questions shortly.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, am I on?
Very
My name
close.
is Ann Carr, and I didn't want to be here today. I thought that I had done my job by going to Commissioner's Court on July 14th. I went as a resident of Ingram that lives on Ingram Lake, and we have some real concerns about our lake. Senator Flores and Campbell, I believe y'all flew over Ingram Lake most likely when you went out to hunt. What we have noticed since the flood is our lake has become a toxic pit. We've talked to divers that have been out there. They have found vehicles. We have asked them direct questions. Are there bodies in the water? Their answers are yes. We have an RV in front of our lakefront. Our lakefront is unique in that it's very long. It's about 35 yards long. A lot of the lot owners that surround the lake have deeds that go back 100 years. So we own 50 feet into the lake. We can't get access to our lake to clean in front of our lake. I was told by Judge Rob Kelly that the lake was going to be drained. And I thought, okay, this is great. Our job is done. A week later, I think I read in the Kerrville Daily Times that there is no money from the state to drain the lakes. And that's why I'm here. I did a little bit of homework. It looks like we have about $27 billion in our rainy day fund. And that lake in Ingram is the heart of our city. It brings money into our city. We have people that come in and boat, fish. They spend money at the restaurants. We're a poor community. And we need that lake drained. We need to recover the bodies. Lieutenant Governor Patrick, you said something earlier today about we got to do all we can to make this we got to protect the public, and this is going to require something that's local, that people like me can come out and tell y'all what we're seeing. We have an oil slick that continues to bubble up right in front of our property. There's a vehicle down there, and we're being told now that they're not going to drain the lake. You need to allow the lot owners, homeowners to get out there. If the state's not going to pay for the cleanup, then let us go clean it up. We're willing to get our hands dirty, but we need y'all's help. With $27 billion, I think that the state of Texas can reach down and help us clean our lakes out. And we're going to find bodies out there. I'll piggyback on what the young lady said from Sandy Creek. They're finding fingers, they're finding wallets, they're finding limbs, and they're saying that the bodies are recovered, and they're not. We have six feet of rubble that has invaded our lake, and it's become a graveyard. So that's why I'm here. And Senator Flores says that y'all needed to hear from me, so that's why I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Zedunkwitz, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of Hunt, Texas today. I was at our river house in Hunt on July 4th. We're just down the road from Camp Mystic. My family has had property on the South Fork for nearly a century. My mother went to Camp Mystic, so did I. We've weathered many storms, but July 4th was completely different. Our home is 35 to 40 feet above the normal river water level, and by the time my father happened to wake up at 3 a.m., the water was already at the house. And we had no warning. Within minutes, the water was already covering the yard, which is how I injured my ankle. And we raced to our cars. We drove out onto Highway 39. There was nowhere to go. All the routes to higher ground on the other side of 39 are fenced, and the water was rising too quickly for us to try to make it to higher ground on foot. So we climbed on top of our cars, and then we climbed into cedar trees, and I had to help my 66-year-old mom. Our cars floated away soon after that. We ended up staying in the trees for several hours. We watched other cars shoot down the river and massive trees, and we just prayed and planned for what we would do if our tree was the next one to fall down. Several of our dear friends and neighbors lost their lives that night, people we've known for a lifetime, so we're actually very, very lucky. But our house was swallowed by the river. The community that we love has been devastated. Our house is now, stripped down to the studs. And so today I'm asking for your help because this community really needs help with recovery, and we need preparation for the next flood. Had there been early detection of the rising waters and sirens, we may have been able to leave in time to get to higher ground safely. I heard someone else say that they didn't think that that was necessary or would save lives in Hunt, and they are dead wrong. And frankly, that's offensive. There need to be more evacuation routes. There was no place to drive to on 39 that would have taken us down before it didn't take us up. So we need places to be able to drive that aren't private and fenced if we had that warning. More lives also could have been saved if people were able to warn their neighbors, but we have no self-service in Hunt. And when it comes to recovery, I specifically want to ensure that efforts focus on Hunt, which was the epicenter of the devastation, followed by Ingram. This is where the most lives were lost. This is where the most homes were lost. By the time we got to Kerrville, we were like, oh, we're finally safe. And so I really want to ensure you that, or want to plead for this city not to cannibalize the recovery funds and efforts just because there are more people who live in Kerrville. And I also do appreciate that, people in Kerrville were affected, but I just want to emphasize the need to focus on Hunt and then Ingram. The permanent residents of Hunt obviously come first. They need housing assistance and mental health resources and help to rebuild their homes and businesses and lives. But you should also know that almost all of the riverfront homes on the South Fork are generational family vacation homes. These are the homes where people come to stay when they drop their kids off at local camps. And their families support the local businesses here, like Kreider's and the Hunt store, year after year for generations. We pay property taxes. We are part of this economy, and we are part of this community. And so these homes suffered the most damage, and families like mine don't know how we'll ever be able to afford to rebuild. And so because we're not eligible for FEMA funds, because many don't have insurance, it's a real question whether or not Hunt comes back if these homes also don't come back. So, thank you for listening today. I know that the state has the power to act right now, and so my ask of you is that you please prioritize this over everything else this special session. Please, we need your help now. And I know that the governor has the power to use emergency funds today, and this is an emergency. And with that, I will turn it over to my, thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead. State your name, please. Sorry for your loss. I got you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you hear me? My name is Rolinda Schmidt. Good afternoon, Chairman Perry and King and members of the committee. I serve as president of the Texas Association of School Boards, and I've also been a trustee here in Kerrville ISD for 30 years. We're grateful you chose to hold this meeting in Kerrville. This hearing is important to all those present and to many across our state and nation. I'm here to offer feedback as you shape future disaster preparedness and response plans. While first responders rightfully come to mind in times like this, public schools often stand quietly alongside them, opening their doors, offering support, and helping communities recover. Our facilities, buses, communication systems, and dedicated staff serve Texans every day. And in moments of crisis, these assets are critical to the entire community. At TASB, we're always mindful of the burden mandates can place on districts. But we do believe there's an opportunity here not to regulate more, but to partner better. During the July 4th floods, coordination happened quickly. We're simply asking, how can we help make that kind of seamless collaboration the norm across all regions and emergencies? As you know, within 30 minutes of receiving a call for help, Kerrville ISD mobilized. Our district employees drove school buses into flood zones to evacuate campers and counselors. Folks across the world saw a heartwarming video that day of young campers singing a Christian hymn to comfort one another, filmed on one of our Kerrville ISD buses and driven by one of our own, Miss Jerry White. She had just received her CDL license a few weeks before, and this was her first opportunity to drive children. It was a moment of peace in the chaos. I give thanks to God for those children who were brought to safety and hold in prayer the families whose unimaginable loss is now carried in the heart of our community. We're incredibly proud of our teams, but these efforts are not unique. Our neighbors, Ingram Hunt, Centerpoint, and Comfort ISDs all sprang into action and continue to provide support services. We've seen school districts across Texas rise to the occasion in times of crisis, from Houston ISD and Katy ISD during Hurricane Harvey, to Canadian ISD and the Panhandle wildfires during Winter Storm Uri. Austin ISD and San Antonio served as warming centers and meal sites. And following the Uvalde tragedy, neighboring districts stepped in to provide counselors and additional support. These examples reflect a shared truth. Texas public schools are built to serve, and they show up when their communities need them most. When emergency strikes, school leaders coordinate behind the scenes to move resources and support where it's needed. We believe there's an opportunity to strengthen the front end of emergency planning by formally incorporating schools' capabilities into statewide and local response frameworks.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for that testimony. I've got one question for you. Your time's up, but I have a question. Because you got to the point that I think many of us are very interested in, the mental health aspect of this and the grief counselors that our public schools can help provide. We know, those of us that have been around public education for a while know we have a shortage of that in our public schools. Are schools actually partnering with our ESCs, and are we employing telemedicine? Where are those resources at, and how can local affected folks reach out and get those services?
Yes, we do work with our local ESCs, our regional service centers. Yes, sir, we absolutely do that. We're just asking to be in the conversation as we move forward. We feel like that school districts do have resources that are vital to emergency management plans. And I imagine that there are school districts across the state and probably some of the urban areas that have been incorporated into emergency management plans. I think Bear County's, that's the case. But in smaller rural communities, I would say that's probably not the case.
Yep.
And so that's why I'm sitting here today, because I know our school district's not actively involved in emergency management, but yet when we did have an emergency, we were called on, and we reacted immediately, and we're.
Well, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're bringing forward the resources that our public schools have and have to offer as a solution, because I think a lot of people don't realize that or haven't thought about the role that our public schools play. So thank you for that.
Ma'am, can you tell me, do y'all utilize TCHAT? Are y'all part of the TCHAT program?
We are not.
You are not. Do you know about the TCHAT program?
Well, I should say I'm not, but perhaps our school district might be.
I'd like to know before we get out of here today if the district is signed up for TCHAT. It's a really
I'll find out.
robust and been made available. It's supposed to be in all districts eventually. I just don't know where we're at in getting it deployed. So,
Okay.
thank you.
I'll find out.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Your turn.
Thank you. My name is Richard Stunkowitz. Nancy is not only my daughter, she's also my hero. I'm a resident of Houston, represented by Representative Mano Deala and Senator Joan Huffman. Today I'm here as someone who spent over 40 years on the South Fork with my family, and the house is just downstream. It's the first house downstream from Camp Mystic, where my wife's family has had property since the 1930s. On the night of July 4th, my wife, Nancy, my daughter, and I barely survived the flood that overtook our property at 3:15 a.m., with water rising so fast that all routes were blocked, upstream and downstream. We climbed into 2 cedar trees on either side of Highway 36 and held on for 2 hours. Just minutes of delay, by my estimation, 3 minutes, we wouldn't be here. The floodwater reached 6 feet on Highway 39, my waist as I sat in a tree. We all know that the hill country has flash floods, but this one was different. This was life-threatening, and our systems simply weren't prepared. First, our warning systems must do more than send routine alerts. My phone warned of flooding, but our home is 40 feet above the river level on a bluff. Never been flooded. We had no idea we were in real danger. We need alerts that differentiate between, I'll call them normal floods, and catastrophic events. And we need reliable cell coverage in remote areas to make them work. Second, we need to inform visitors, especially campers and short-term renters, who don't understand the terrain or how fast water can rise and how fast it can move. That means better signage, digital alerts, outreach through local lodging and camps, basically a system. Third, sirens are a very good idea, but only if they're backed by reliable power, things like batteries and regular maintenance. I work in that industry, so I know the challenges of remote area reliability. A siren that does not work in a storm is no siren at all. Fourth, some homes stood. Others collapsed or were swept away. We lost 4 friends that morning, including 2 in what appeared to be a really solid house. We should consider updated building codes for floodplain properties, things like elevation standards and rooftop escape. And finally, we need evacuation options. Our property was trapped on both sides. The only escape we had was up into private land. I urge the legislature to identify emergency rights-of-way in certain flood-prone areas, even if that means new road construction or limited land acquisition. It won't be popular, but it can save lives. One last point, many homes in this area between Ingram Dam and Camp Mystic and beyond are second homes, but they are part of the community and a big part of the economy at certain times of the year. Please don't exclude them from relief programs.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So much to unpack. First of all, we can't express how sorry we are for everything y'all have been through. I can't imagine the feeling of being trapped, and obviously all of you share that feeling with the water coming up to your home, awakening you. Many of us on this committee have been talking about the siren system because we feel like there needs to be some addition. Sir, you said just now that at what time was it the water entered your house? 3-something, you said?
I woke up at pardon me, Richard Zedekowitz. I woke up at 2:50, told the ladies to pack bags, we were ready to go. By the time we got out of the house, it's about 3:05 to 3:10. Water was coming around the backside of the house. So that would mean the water's about 42 feet at that point. But that point in on the south fork,
3:05.
3:05,
Let's say
3:10.
3 o'clock.
Okay.
And you're just down the street from Camp Mystic?
Less than a mile.
Less than a mile.
From Camp Mystic.
Camp Mystic, so they're in Hunt. Because we know that at 1:14 was the flood warning. So if at 1:14 the flood warning starts a system of announcing, of awakening people somehow, an evacuation or a rise up to a higher ground, and I think you're on to something in terms of some sort of emergency easements that would be forced on folks. People would understand, I think private landowners would understand that if their neighbors need to get to higher ground, they would give them a permission to come up. So there's a lot of good suggestions. I hope you can make your testimony available to us.
Absolutely.
A hard copy.
Thank you.
To the Kerrville School Board President, I understand that the school district provided quite a few resources to many of the first responders, and so I want to thank you for that. But one of the things we've heard over and over today is the lack of cell phone coverage. And so my understanding is that TASB has a program, something called Connected, and so I was wondering if you could tell us, because I want to know how we can work together, because school districts are in every single community. So they have assets and resources that they need to be helping, just like they do today in terms of the people who drove that bus. To say
Yes, this is a voluntary and free program provided by TASB to school districts. We did some research and we found that 50% of Texas school districts have poor cell coverage from one or more providers, and mostly, obviously, more rural areas. And we know that we've heard over and over again throughout this hearing and the hearing last week about that cell service was an issue, that some people just didn't have connectivity. So this Connect Ed program is voluntary and free, and it assists governmental entities with selecting and contracting with a cell tower provider. If a cell tower is built, also, the entity that owns the land where that is constructed can receive revenue, lease revenue.
So can we ask, I'm going to ask you a favor as the president of, I think you're the president of TASB as well?
Yes.
Okay. Would you look into what we can do to help you, working with whatever providers are out there to expand broadband as well? Broadband, and then tell us what we can do to help.
Yeah, well, what I would suggest, I know time is of the essence here, y'all have a very long day. What about if I suggest that I connect our facilities department that's over that program with perhaps some members of this committee, and then they can provide the information to you, and we can see how that could be helpful moving forward and getting better cell service.
Yeah, that absolutely
Would that
be
work?
helpful. Now, my last thing is to Chairman King's point about the counselors. My understanding is that education service centers have a contract or an agreement with school districts to sort of share counselors as a result of Uvalde, the tragedy there, that's an ongoing thing. I think one of our school districts in San Antonio is providing counselors here to this region, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. Yeah.
That is correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Senator
Verdell.
Bedin, oh, you got one? Okay, I got one House member.
Mr. Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. First off, Jacob, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're here today. Rolinda, wanted to tell you thank you for the resources that Kerrville ISD helped with this flood. It was immensely valuable. And then Nancy, we are currently, one of the solutions we're possibly looking at is like a disaster victim relief fund. And so I just want you to know that that is on our radar, and we're waiting on language currently to be drafted to see what that bill might look like. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bedincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a great suggestion about the having basically a right of evacuation that we can grant through a property right in an emergency situation, Richard, so I really appreciate that. Nancy, your comment about why the responses you saw on the main panel offended you is perfectly correct, because I tracked this unfortunately, to an engineering study about 10 years ago in this county that made the same comments about sirens not being useful tools. I don't understand why the River Authority would repeat that. Now, they did, under questioning, recant that immediately. But that was because that's a recognition of the obvious. What you all went through is certainly, a fact demonstration enough that any form of disaster or sirens or any type of early alert is so critical, because in the few minutes you all had to try to pack and leave, the water was already at 40 feet above river bottom and rising rapidly. And the only way you could survive was to try to get higher. So yes, the answers were unacceptable. We noted it. Under Lieutenant Governor Patrick's direction and Chairman, I've got to file a bill about these flood emergency communications warning. I'll have your comment in it if we can put it in the caption in the property tax code, the right place. But I just want to make sure, yes, you were right to be offended. The answer was not sufficient. In fact, it was pretty pathetic.
Thank you. Any others? All right, you guys, appreciate you being here, appreciate your patience. So I asked for those with mystic losses. I'm going to ask for those with any losses. Any losses. We would like to set you guys, just out of respect, to get you up here and through the process. So if you haven't signed up and you want to testify, please come up. We'll get you signed up. Any of those that have experienced losses, this is your next panel. All right. There they are. Okay. And I have an Alicia Baker. Is that you? I said I couldn't tell your story. Your story on your card is very sad. It was clearly there, but it's not. It's one of the few, but just a tremendous loss, actually. So any others that have experienced a loss that wants to come to this panel so that you don't have to wait the whole day, please come now. All right, Alicia Baker, and are you another witness?
Yes.
What's your name, ma'am?
I'm a sister, Kristen Jones.
You're just a sister. Did you sign a card?
No,
You're
sir,
not
just
testifying. You're just moral support. Yes, sir. What's your name? Sir, what? Sir. Sir on the end. Hello?
Oh,
What's your
I'm
name,
sorry.
sir?
I thought you were looking at Bud Bolton. My name is Bud Bolton. I'm a
Okay.
witness.
All right, we'll get your card and put those two. That's it. Those that have losses. Okay. All right. Hey, Alicia, talk to us.
I'm Alicia Jeffrey Baker, and I'm here on behalf of my 11-year-old daughter who passed away, and my parents. We were part of the Casa Bonita community, and there were 9 others that were swept away. We started doing our summers here back in 1990. This was not a new endeavor coming out here. My parents bought a cabin out here in 2008, so this was our regular happy place. The river that we've loved so much killed them. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
in our community, there were 19 cabins, and we were the only one up on stilts. So let's just say that we got cell service, which we didn't, but with Wi-Fi, you could. Let's just say they got an alert. The alert says, seek higher ground. They're on stilts. Thank you. Where are they supposed to go? My suggestion would be that instead of just sirens, we actually have sensors in the water that would then alert sirens to go off. Because if you just have sirens that go off, people stop paying attention to them. Like, if we have gauges in the water already, put a sensor on them. If it gets to a certain point, that's when the siren goes off. Not just because, oh, it might flood. Because to be honest, if I got an alert that said 6 to 7 inches, I'd been like, cool, that's the dock. It wouldn't have made that much of a difference. Now, when you're talking 30 feet, that's a whole nother story. Something that I was the first parent at Ingram Elementary on July the 4th. Ingram Elementary wasn't even actually aware that they were the spot. When I got there, there were volunteers there. They had no way of communicating anything, and no one was in charge. And I waited there for over 12 hours for news, and literally no one could tell you anything at all. Literally no one was in charge. It wasn't until Sunday morning that really things started happening. Our parents were found on Saturday, but not identified until Sunday. And by then they had already been taken to Bear County. And autopsies had been performed, which we would not have asked for. It seems pretty obvious. My daughter was not identified until Thursday the 10th. And the only thing that identified her at all was her charm bracelet. When we know better, we do better. And so we need to do better for the people in this community, for the people that are suffering. And like I said, we need to give people a chance. This is a lovely community. Like everything, people have been fantastic. But I don't think the sirens by themselves will be helpful. Like I said, people will stop listening to them. But the sensor, when it gets to a certain level, and then the sirens go off, and then people know it's time. Like, this is serious. It's not just a, you know, oh, it's gonna rain, yay, kind of thing. I think that's my suggestion as someone that's living through a nightmare.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, state your name,
Yes, sir.
tell us your story.
Yes, sir. My name is Bud Bolton. I'm a local independent contractor here with heavy equipment and put up steel frame buildings and things. We lost our home on the 4th, that morning on the 4th. Me and my wife had no notification. I was watching the river till about 2:30 in the morning. I do a lot of this river conservation work on this river with my equipment, have for many years. We got no warning. My neighbor's the one that woke us up, and he tried to rescue a family on the island out there, which ended up being Pat Green's brother, and couldn't get to him, and so he came and knocked on my door, and we came out, and that water already rose about 9 foot, and this is about 4:15, 4:20, somewhere along in there. It already came up 9 foot. I looked out there, and there's water coming up on my doorstep, and I turned to look out there in the parking lot, and there's about 20 fire trucks, rescue workers, sheriff's department cars, and not a knock on my door, and they're as close as from me to you. My neighbor's the one that got me out, and they're standing that close to me with all these vehicles out there, and not a one of them knocked on doors, not a single one of them. So we went up to higher ground. I watched 108 RVs float right by me in them 3 RV parks, watching these screaming kids inside these RVs with the lights still powered on from the batteries after they pulled loose, and them screaming and hearing crashes and crashes, then tiny homes crashing and more crashing and get dead silent, then more crashes, then more screams, and that went on for 15, 20 minutes. We got an alert to evacuate after all the homes were gone. That's when our alert came in, and it came in on my wife's phone. It didn't come in on my phone. She's standing there next to me. That's when we got our alert. Of course, then we get an alert this past week saying we need to evacuate. There's a chance the river we got a chance of 3/4 inch rain. That was pretty much a slap in the face to people in Kerrville. We didn't get one when it rose 28 foot, but we got one when it was gonna rise an inch. So there's an issue there, because these right here don't work. There's no service out in Hunt. I do a lot of work in Hunt, done a lot of work for Mystic Camp with heavy equipment. I know a lot of these homeowners that lost their property, because that's what I do. And I want to address something here, because this is what I do for Trinity River authorities up there, is river conservation work is the name of the game. It's river conservation work is the name of the game. This river's full of islands, full of them, little islands. Where the river parts and comes back together, parts and comes back together. Lots of trees that are in the water, not on the river banks, they're actually in the water. Tens of thousands of them. All that's got to come out. That water's got to be able to flow without any resistance. And when you start getting resistance, you start getting water backed up, just like if you dig a ditch and you start filling that little ditch full of debris and little trees and rocks and stuff like that, you get water that starts backing up. It doesn't let that water flow. The spreader dams that were put on this place years ago, there's only one out of all the spreader dams, the 8 that go through this county right here, there's one that's in the correct location, and that's the one that backs up our city water. The other ones are not in the right location. They were put in many, many years ago. This county's grown, population's grown, things have changed. Just like we did on the Trinity River Authority years ago in Dallas back in the 80s. Don't cost much to put in these monitors in, these river, like y'all keep talking about these sirens that need to go in. I can drill you a hole in the ground and stand you at 50 foot.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony. All right, is there questions, members? Senator Campbell.
Well, I lost 27
Thank you,
people.
Mr. Chairman.
I hear you.
3 RV parks. I know 27. Just me.
Thank you for that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Alicia and your beautiful daughter, Emmy. I met you through your sister, Christine Jeffries Jones. I'm glad you're here from Dallas. And your parents, Emlyn and Penny,
Yes.
right? Yes. Emmy, got it. And they had a cabin in Casa Bonita for years. You celebrated the 4th and other holidays there. Yes. We're sorry. But we're sorry for everybody's loss. Very personal. Your recommendation, were you referring to something like the buoys that are out in the ocean that monitor for tsunamis when there's an earthquake because there's such a high, rapid rise in water?
Well, actually, it was, so the property that was right behind us.
I'm sorry, speak into this.
I'm sorry. It actually came from the property right behind us. They woke up because they have a water softener where when the water got to a certain level, it started like alerting them, and that's actually how they woke up.
Their water softener?
Their water softener woke them up.
I see some heads nodding. Okay.
So I don't have honestly, the knowledge to know exactly what kinds of sensors, but like if we have water gauges, like I'm sure there's a little like
something
that can go, but it was actually because of their water softener that made me think they had a sensor and it went off because water was on the floor of their house.
Well, again, thank you for coming, and who would have thought that perhaps a remedy can come from a water softener? Thank you.
I mean,
All right.
That's how they got out.
All right. Again, I'm sorry for the loss of little Emmy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bye, Chris.
All right.
Mr. Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman. To both of you, I think you were about to talk about a float switch is basically a real simple switch that goes up and down, has 2 wires, and I think that's what you'd be indicating with connected to something like a siren system would be a good idea. And is that what you were about to say too, sir, when you were talking about that?
Well, I was just talking about those monitors. Y'all talking about those sirens to go up there. We've installed a lot of them up in Dallas and on the Trinity River when I was working for Trinity River Conservation Authorities. And just like I was telling some council members the other day, I was telling them, I said, I can put you a monitor up, I can drill you a hole and stand you a 50-foot column up and put you a 4-point megaphone up there, 180 degree, for $6,500.
Yeah.
I can do 2 a day, put them every mile. I don't see where the money problem is, and put you a river monitor up there on the headwaters north of Mystic Camp, about 7 miles is where the headwaters is. Put your river monitor up there, it works just like a toilet tank float. Easy to monitor, simple to monitor, it monitors itself, does its own thing, it goes off. You'll hear them sirens all the way to Dallas, Texas, in them river bottoms down through there in those canyons, and they're not, I don't know where the money issue is here.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you all both for coming and giving your testimony. I'm sorry for your loss and for your losses, sir. Yes, sir.
I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for coming and sharing your story.
For the operational expenses. We've been blessed to have EMCs like Jerry Huffman, who is a retired TDM, Texas Department of Emergency Management District Director, and now Jose Rivera, who came from us also from TDM as the Regional Task Director. Our EMCs have taken into account the very words of Chief Nimkid from the very first hearing: plan, train, respond, recover. They have trained us through courses such as the IS 300 and 400, the IS 700 and 800. What these courses are, if you're not familiar, it's for elected officials, department heads, municipalities, governments, counties, to come together into a room and have mock scenarios, whether it be a tornado like we planned for being out in West Texas, during the fairgrounds, stock show and rodeo, which is a heavy event, 7,500 to 10,000 people at a given time. Tornado coming at night with many individuals in the area, and how do you respond if it comes to fruition and if it comes to a direct hit, which we actually saw almost come to fruition 3 times in one night during this last April stock show and rodeo. We have a command center trailer that we had the weather service on site along with our EMC, the chief of police, myself, in there watching and making sure that those red cells and those J hooks were turning north as they did every time before we made the call. We have quarterly VFB meetings, if not semi-annual. What that is where we have our volunteer fire departments come into the room at the EOC, along with the chief of police, the San Angelo Fire Department, myself, the EMC, TDM, and we discuss actions that need to be implemented, any necessary items that have taken place in the last quarter or the semi-annual part of the year. That way we can stay on top of it and make sure that everybody's on the same page. We also have dispatch there. I don't want to miss, I want to highlight that dispatch is in the room as well. However, it is not only the courses that have proven beneficial. It is our tight-knit partnerships we have with multiple agencies in our community. Many, if not all, being a member of our community COAD, which stands for Community Organization